All right, we are back into Odyssey of the Dragonlords. In the last session, the party of the prophesized heroes of legends, Derek, Metius, Porunga, Exandri, Drakgar, Juno, they were doing their investigation regarding the Lady of Coins, a notorious crime lord in the city of Mitros. uh, being backed up both by their own investigative work as well as a couple of tips that were given to them by Teyra Nerdigon, a very prominent figure within the city. The party decided to continue their investigation in the Satyr's Tale, a kind of shady tap house that, it is believed many members who work for the Lady of Coins frequent. And they were right. The party ran into Grecus and Nero and Varkan, three individuals who are known to be associated with the Lady of Coins. Varkan being a mercenary, Grecus and Nero being thieves, perhaps. After a bit of tumultuous negotiation, they were given a bit of a tip as to how the MO of the Lady of Coins goes. However, the party realized that during their questionnaire, one of the twins, Nero, had actually disappeared, left the tavern to go somewhere that they at first thought was kind of a bit suspicious. They decided to follow him, and he actually managed to spot them. Chase ensued that led the party all the way to the Colossus of Pythor, a statue at the docks of the city of Mitros. They caught Nero Grecus rather. I called him Nero earlier. They called Grecus right as he was about to enter through a secret entrance. The party managed to repeat the code word after apprehending Grecus and proceeded their way up the Colossus. Going up a couple of floors, they ran into some members of the League of Coins' posse, and through some careful negotiation, they managed to convince everybody that they're actually here to talk to her. And so they went up and kept going up until they reached the head of the Colossus. The party came face to face with a Lady of Coins, who revealed that she was actually, yes, indeed, the one that kidnapped Drakgar's mother as a delivery of sorts to Hexia, Pythor's eighth law rival. And now she's looking to make that a twofer by getting the sun as well. And so the party has engaged in combat with the Lady of Coins. That is where we continue. I do still have the turn order up. All right. What else is there to say but Derek? You start us out. Here is this important thing that I will ask, because you guys are no strangers to petrifying effects. Lady of Coins is looking at all of you. And also there's around 20 plus mirrors around the entire room
Okay.
that reflect her eyes towards you. So
Okay.
looking away won't be enough. You would need to actually close your eyes if you wish to avoid being petrified. Uh,
Got it.
so my question to you, Derek, do you close your eyes or do you not?
I do close my eyes. I'm not dealing with that again.
All right. In that case, Derek, the moment you notice that the Lady of Coins is moving in to attack, or at the very least, pulling out her weapons and activating her petrifying gaze, you instinctively close your eyes. What do you do now?
Yes. So I will first do cast this minor illusion cantrip. When you reach level 5, you can also cast this. No, wait, where is it? Cast a sleep spell once with this trait and regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest.
Uh,
Like cast a sleep spell.
you can cast the suggestion spell with this trait.
That's a sleep spell.
Uh,
Top part right there.
never mind. You can at least sleep spell twice. I was reading the level 5 one. Uh,
Oh, Level 3.
Could you put sleep on the chat real quick? Cause I need to see if this requires you to see the point where you're casting the spell.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna highlight. Oh, copy. Yeah.
No. I'm saying, could you find me the sleep spell? Uh, let's see.
I'll look for it. Yeah, hold up.
Within 20 feet of opponent, within a point you choose within range. I'm just gonna copy paste this for the sake of the audience. Let's see. I forgot to make sure. Yeah, chat catches up with this. So here's the general description of sleep. It says you have to choose the point within range. Doesn't say you have to see it for it to work. Under regular circumstances, I would say that you can't choose it if you can't. But for now, we'll say it works. Where do you place this at? Because remember, it's a 20-foot radius. Well, 20-foot.
I think I would be exactly 20 feet from where I think. 15. 20 will be here. Be like range of.
You're putting yourself to sleep,
I'm putting Lady Coins to sleep.
but you're doing your circle from yourself, bro.
No, I said no. I think creatures within 20 feet of the point. Oh, you choose.
Yes.
Okay. Nah.
Choose the point where
Okay.
the spell starts from. Don't choose who is the effector or who's not. This spell does not discriminate between friend and foe.
Wait, do you
Let's
really
see.
want to put us all to sleep though?
Shut up, Mortal.
I will say, because you're a satyr, you would know how your race works. So you would know that you would be catching your allies in this area.
Hold up. Cooking here.
We're all too close for the spell. It's a circle, Pumo.
Look at this guy over here.
That is Porunga.
You get to
In the
choose where the
corner.
point is, though.
He could smack us awake, guys. Remember.
Pumo, this is your spell's radius, the peak circle.
Yeah.
And it'll pick the person with the lowest HP to sleep first.
Yes, correct.
So you're going to fall asleep first, or Metius is going to fall asleep first?
Assuming you roll even high enough to get you both, that is.
Oh, I got to roll, I guess, don't I?
Well, no. I'm just going to tell you right now. Are you sure you want to cast this spell?
I would hold it for something else, Pumo.
Yeah, we'll have two people still awake. Got
You
Mr.
wanna-
Juno in the corner, and we got.
It's not going to affect her, bro.
Mm,
It'll go to the lowest person with the lowest HP first, which is Metius and you. And then from there it'll go up, which would be her and me. And there's no way you're gonna roll over 100. So if anything, you're only going to put Metius or you asleep. And it's not going to affect the Lady of Coins at all.
Oh shit.
That's what he's trying to say.
well, it's the first time using this spell, so I wouldn't know anything.
I know, we're trying to explain it to you, but you're not understanding, goofball.
Holy shit, I accidentally picked the mic real quick because somebody called me. But like, alright. So yeah, what are you doing here, Derek?
Okay, never mind. Forget that. I'm just gonna go in there and slash her with my eyes closed, so I'm gonna go at disadvantage.
Alright, so
Are you using your one sword finally?
I'm using the passive on my sword.
oh, okay, so
For the
that takes a
quickness.
reaction as initiative is being rolled. So it doesn't go into your turn yet. So you basically, as initiative is rolling, you use a reaction to move on, eyes closed, and you attack. So go ahead and move in and roll me an attack.
Whee! And roll attack if I can get to it. Hold up. Oh my god, I just had it open. Disadvantage? 9. Nice.
So you instinctively close your eyes. You don't know her general location, so you can just run over and make a quick slash error. You don't hit anything. That takes a reaction, and then at the start of your turn, you get your reaction back. Now your turn continues as normal.
Okay, hopefully I'm not stupid here. First using his brain here.
I'm so upset that I picked the mic earlier. But yes, so go ahead.
Hamster in his head's turning.
Okay. Question: does Derek know if she's a humanoid?
You're not sure.
Damn it.
I'll say, as a general rule of thumb, there's a lot of people in the world that can be affected by the curse of the Medusa. Just remember, if you read the player guide, that is a curse that people can be affected with. It depends on how far along her curse has gone. If it's still on the early stages, then she's technically still considered a humanoid. If not, then she would not be.
I will still cast Crown of Badness.
Okay.
If it works on her, of course. Of course, if it works on her. I mean, it doesn't matter. We'll use it up anyway.
I will remind you, this requires you to see the creature.
Oh, god damn.
Do you want to still?
Oh, no.
Do you want to still cast Crown of Madness?
No, because Derek did this before, so Derek needs to be smart about this.
Just saying, if you get turned to stone, we could use you as a shield.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Yep.
Wait, this could be the one time I can actually do it. Hold up, let me double check something.
I've had a full week to think of what to do this. Come on.
Wait, hold up. I can actually do it, guys. I can actually do it. Look.
Oh, you're going to Thunderclap?
Yes, I can actually do it and not hurt anybody, guys. Wow.
In that case, she's gonna roll her con save. Could you put me the Thunderclap spell in the chat, please? I just want to make sure that this indeed also affects the area around you, or does it not? Because it might be important. It does not say it affects the object set. And also it's a cantrip, so it's not.
Damn, you should have done that next to a wall.
No, yeah.
So.
Break some mirrors.
So.
Candace, try to trust in the way.
You run up, clap your hands together. You kind of resonate around the entire area that is the head of the Colossus. Also, music picked up and it's getting harder to hear. So you hear a crack, but no discernible sound of damage coming from the later calls. You believe you actually hit the chest next to her.
It's open. I go in there and I try to take stuff in there.
Open yet, but it is damaged.
I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna take the stuff from the chest instead.
How would you take anything if you can't see it?
I would like to the chest. I'm open it if I can get it.
Hey, at least got his priorities.
You feel around and you feel some carved indents of damage where the thunderclap went through, but it's not the lid. It doesn't flip open.
Okay, that's my action. Okay, who's up next? Metius, Porunga. Give bardic inspiration to Metius, and that will end my day. End my turn.
End your day.
I mean,
my day. Yeah, end my day pretty much.
This encounter could end a lot of people's days. But we'll see. One moment real quick, because my food is here. Like I said, I was gonna pause this for a moment. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, there we go. I needed to restart to unpause recording. All right, I'm back. So, Derek, anything else you need to do with your turn, or?
Well, I just gave my bardic inspiration to Metius since you guys up next.
All right. How do you inspire Metius?
I would say, all right, man, use that stick to poke her eye out.
All right. So
use a stick, see?
I'm full of magical inspiration.
Metius, opening your eyes, closing them. What are you doing?
Well, I can't. I can basically cast nothing if my eyeballs are closed. So I'm gonna keep them open.
In that case, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Alrighty.
You got that bardic inspiration. You got this.
Yes, you can add it. Remember.
12. What's the bardic inspiration?
I believe it's a D8 at this level.
Fun.
But you get to use it after you're told if the roll makes or doesn't.
Well,
Okay.
I will say that does fail.
Oh
Can I
no.
use my bardic inspiration?
All right.
It's a D8. Pumo?
Sorry about that. Let me double check. It's been a while. Actually,
It's a
somebody actually
D8.
used it.
It is a D8 at level 5, and you pass.
Let's go.
For a
Okay.
God.
you open your eyes, staring into the Lady of Coins, so like piercing yellow eyes that kind of come through her hood. For a moment you feel your body kind of begin to tense up, but then you power through the sensation and kind of like shake your limbs to prevent them from being, I guess, magically atrophied. But continue with your turn.
Okay. This hole in the ground that we walked in through,
Mhm.
does it have any kind of covering, like any door or any way of closing it? Is it just a hole with stairs or a ladder?
It does have what you believe to be a latch of sorts. It isn't like a flippable like latch. It is like a sliding sort of like door. Uh, but you do appear to see a handle towards one edge of the circle.
Okay. I would like to move to this thing
Mm-hmm.
and attempt to close it
Yeah,
and lock it.
that takes your item interaction to kind of grab the latch, pull it. You hear the sound of the thugs downstairs.
Hurry.
Being very confused as to what's happening because they just heard
Uh-oh.
the thunderclap. Now you just see the the door slide close. Locking it would take. Let me actually double check this. I'll allow you for this same item for this singular item interaction to that being closing it and locking it. It's not a complicated locking mechanism by any means. It's like a lever that you move it down to kind of hook onto the bottom part of the latch.
Okay, cool. So it takes my action. That means
That takes
that I end my.
your item interaction.
Can I cast a spell still?
Yes. As a reminder, for those who may have forgotten, on your turn you have an action, your bonus action, a free item interaction, and
Oh.
a free action. No, sometimes. Uh, you the item interaction doesn't count towards your bonus action or action, so you can still do a bonus action and action.
Okay, cool. So then I will cast. I'm just gonna cast Enlarge Reduce on Drakgar.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or you're literally the size of your dad's brain, maybe.
I have to start hunching over because I'm as tall as the roof ceiling now.
No, the ceiling is tall enough that you don't particularly need to hunch over.
Your dad has a big ass head. Oh.
So you, Drakgar, will feel magic, a very familiar magic force through you, and you already know what's happening, so you just kind of accept it and
Hell yeah.
in size.
Thank you, thank you.
And I will end my turn.
All right. In that case, Porunga, eyes open or closed?
I'm gonna keep my eyes open.
Oh my gosh.
Right. Con save.
Risking it for the biscuit.
For biscuit, buddy. All right.
Oh, let's go.
Uh,
Wait, he has +6 BizCon? Goddamn.
You kind of have, sorcerers get proficiency in context. You are kind of have your back against the wall, the wall of mirrors rather. So it's kind of a little bit difficult. First you thought I was gonna save you, but you realize, that there's the other mirrors that are all around the area. You stare into the reflection of the Lady of Coins, and even that is almost enough to attempt to out-petrify you, but you, in a similar method to how Metius did it, just kind of like shake your limbs all over to prevent that effect from taking place. So go ahead. What do you do?
I'm going to quicken a firebolt and shoot it at her.
Okay, go ahead.
Do it. Forgot if it burns me, I swear to God. Nice.
That is a
All that 7.
Oh my god.
yeah, that is a natural one.
Oh no.
That is not going to make it, sadly. Anything else? Oh, let's have your quick bonus action. Anything with your action?
I'm gonna try to Ray of Frost.
Same as towards the later coins.
Yes.
Go ahead.
There you go.
Let's go.
There you go. That's what you...
I need to stick to my element.
Yeah, you're a lizard, you breathe fire, but next thing you...
She takes 15 points of damage from the Ray of Frost. You notice
She's
she's
cold.
not resistant or vulnerable to cold. She seems to just take average damage from that. You kind of
Just snake.
you first try with the firebolt, she just kind of dodges over to the side, but then with your other hand, you point at the point where she dodged, and like shoot a ray of frost, which catches her in the shoulder. Anything else for you?
I'm gonna say maybe that'll chill you out.
All right.
And then move down by Juno.
Boo.
In that case, uh, Exandri, it is now your turn.
My eyes are closed.
Eyes still closed. All right.
So this room is covered in mirrors, correct?
Also, Porunga, move one to the right. I can allow you to stand there in that spot.
Flying.
He's wall
Flying
hacking.
outside.
Oh, my
Wall
bad.
hacking.
But yes, Exandri, this room is closed.
Okay, so theoretically, if I were to cast daylight, its radius is big enough to cover this entire room. On top of it would be sunlight beams reflecting off of the mirror. So then, would everyone in the room no longer be allowed to see from that point forward?
Could you post me the daylight spell on chat?
Yeah, I figure how to.
There's a spell. All right. So, I guess what would happen here is that it would make it a little bit difficult for the later cons to actually focus her eyes. While you wouldn't be exempt from making the save, because of that she's gonna have a difficult time focusing her eyes. You would at least allow your team to start making a save at advantage.
All right, I am going to focus on my tiara on my head, not the one that we got from the crypt, but my own tiara for my dad. And I'm going to cast daylight on it, and I'm just going to become this beacon of light standing in the middle of the room
She's one of those like lights in the
as
lighthouse.
these light rays just burst and erupt all over into the room. Hope you
Now
guys
you just
brought your shades.
just start spinning around like a lighthouse, like whatever.
You are currently concentrating on daylight. Actually, no, it's not concentration. Just lasts an hour.
Yep. And then okay, subtract that spell. Let me see. Subtract it. Oops. And then let's see here. I'm good with that.
Okay. In that case, that's the end of that. Records.
I will move 1 square back though, so I'm exactly in the center of the room and the whole room's lit up.
Okay. When the light kind of begins to shine through, you hear the Lady of Coins kind of flinch for a moment. Too bright. Grecos, get rid of it. Follow my indications. A little bit to your left and forward. You hear the Lady of Coins guide the Grecos through the room as he himself closing his eyes too. He says,
And the hole is still open. He'd fall right through.
"Of course, my lady." And you hear him address you guys as he says, "Nothing personal, of course. It's just good business." And
Just
he is going to move right here,
He will just fall in.
stepping on the currently closed down latch that is the door here. And he is going to do something. Because both you and him are closing your eyes, exactly. He doesn't have advantage from this, but he also doesn't get disadvantage because you're both blinded, so it negates itself.
Ooh.
It is a straight roll for him. So meaning he's going to make 2 melee attacks with his short sword.
Okay.
Stabby stab. Oh boy.
They both hit.
15 hits.
Oh no.
Yeah.
All right. That's 12 points damage in the first one, and 5 on the second one.
17.
So yeah, for a total of 17 points of damage on you, Exandria, as you hear the footsteps coming up behind you, but you don't have enough time to react to getting like 2 shanks on your arm. Did I got her, mistress? And then the Lady of Coins says, "Not good enough, it seems." That is it for Greco's Drakgar. Eyes open, eyes closed.
Eyes are closed, and I'm assuming I would have heard her and kind of know generally where she's at. So I'm going to move over here,
All right.
and I'm going to attempt to grapple.
Right.
That's what athletics, right?
Correct.
Mom.
Oof.
Oops. Nope, I almost rolled for Juno.
Shield.
You can do it higher than that, please.
You only roll.
And I'm also raging.
Oh my god!
Ooh.
Oh my god, dude! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Actually,
Oof.
important thing.
Team.
Oh, shit, I was in the wrong screen, so the audience is not catching up with the rolls. Yes.
Team.
So, important thing about large reduce. Could you put it on the chat, Metius? Oh, it's already there. My bad. Don't worry. All right. So you, because of enlarge reduce. Actually, did you rage?
Yeah, I raged.
Okay, so because of both enlarge reduce and rage, you're actually rolling those at advantage. That means that was a 17.
Nice.
Oh
Nice.
my
So I got her.
They were like, oh god, she rolled a 1. Oh my god.
Okay. So I got a restraint right now.
You feel like your grip landed on something.
Okay. I'm gonna
You have
use.
second attack, so go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if I would have to do an actual attack for this, but I'm gonna
Okay.
attempt to, with one hand or arm, try to strangle her, and then my other hand I'm gonna have over her eyes so she can't see anybody.
Turn her eye.
Look
Put
up
your eye.
suffocation.
Wrap your cloak around her face.
So that's what I was gonna do next turn.
So, let me look up the rules for suffocation.
Wait, did you say suffocation?
Because
Huh?
you just said wants to strangle her.
That trying to
Oh, you're trying to make her pass out. Good one.
When a creature
Bro's just like, I flex my muscles around her pipes and crush them even more. Go to sleep, bitch.
So, if I'm reading the rules for suffocation correctly, a creature can hold their breath number of minutes equal to 1 plus its constitution modifier. When a creature runs out of breath or is choking, it can survive a number of rounds equal to. Okay. I will need you to make me an additional athletics check.
Another athletics check. Okay.
Please, something high.
Give
Please,
me a
come
good.
Crit. Well, 11's still cool.
That is a.
on. It's high.
Say 22.
Isn't it still a? Let's go.
22. Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
Ooh.
It would have been exactly 11.
Currently have her in a chokehold. She technically can still break out of this on her turn. But you kind of begin to apply pressure around her neck area with one of your hands, the same hand that is grappling her. I'll say that took up both of your attacks.
Okay, so I can't turn her around.
No.
Or. Okay, yeah, that'll be it.
Juno, eyes open, eyes closed.
Juno's. I don't think I know, so I guess I'll have his eyes open.
Con save then.
Bruh.
Oh frick! I wasn't thinking that. I thought. Wait, didn't I have her eyes?
You were
covered
suffocating, the other one's grappling.
You wanted to do two things in the same thing. I at least allowed you to do one. You couldn't allow you to do the other.
Oh, okay, never mind. Then can I have my eyes closed? Because I was thinking that would have went through. If not, I'll still roll.
I'll say you. I'll say for now, roll me the con save at this time at advantage because of the daylight. It's making it harder for her to focus her eyes.
All right.
Advantage.
Let's go.
20, thank you.
He makes it. That is
Alright.
Juno's turn.
He gets. He still has one attack, right?
He casts 2 attacks.
Or is he has two? Oh, he has two. Okay.
Plus his bonus action to swing again if he wants to.
Okay.
Triple swing.
Go quarterstaff at Greco's.
Wukong Ultim.
So it hits. 4, 7.
Same thing. Would it be at advantage because isn't Greco's closing his eyes?
It's closing his eyes. So 26 that hits as well.
Go.
For another 10. Those of you who have your eyes closed will hear a couple of sounds of impact around you guys, and you can. As Grecos receives 2 strikes.
And then unarmed strike.
That's
26. Thank God.
That's it. For another 10.
27.
He is looking
Bakers.
very rough, but he is still up.
Taste, whack him with your stick.
All right.
You hear him.
That'll be it.
Okay. Now the Lady of Coins. She doesn't have to do a save against her own fucking sight. You did close your eyes, Drakgar, didn't you?
I thought I did.
Yes, you did. She's going, like, while you're kind of like choking her out, she pulls out her weapon, her short sword, still in hand, and says, "You certainly are making this harder than you need to. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I need you alive for a transaction with Hexia." She is going to use her multi-attack on you.
You're still raging, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're fine.
So she gets to make 3 attacks.
Bring it on.
Because you're effectively blinded, she's making these at advantage.
Sounds good to me.
First with her short sword. Actually, let me double check. Yes, correct. So first short sword. One for snake her, two for short sword. Oh, actually, yeah, first snake her. My bad.
Snake bite.
1, 2, and then 3.
Let's see. All 3 hit.
All 3 hit. That first one is actually.
Why is your AC so low, bro?
I don't know.
That first.
Oh, your shield. You don't. He doesn't have the shield. I forgot.
The first one is
Still being
actually
fixed.
going. That first one is actually going to hurt more than just a little. Because she
Poison.
dealt that with advantage. She gets her sneak attack.
Uh-oh.
Sneak attack. She's being holded.
I mean, where is the sneak attack?
Snake attack. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. 13, which is 13 times 4d6.
No.
Jesus.
It's just for.
Come on.
13 is the average that can be rolled with 46.
I keep thinking I'm using PEMDAS like with 13, and then there's PEMDAS do 4,
So
4d6.
God,
but
there's no PIM in fucking D&D.
why use PEMDAS here? What the hell?
So all of those hit, meaning that you're gonna be taking. First, let me roll the sneak attack real quick. Mind you, this is added to the piercing damage that is being dealt, so you are resistant to her sneak attack. So further, let me roll the sneak attack. And
13.5, 7.
snake hair, snake
Oof.
hair, and short sword.
7, 7.
I'm gonna use stone endurance on the second attack. The snake hair.
Knew you were a rock.
All right. So roll me your stone endurance.
Told you your brother was a rock.
Do 12.
Nice.
What is your con modifier?
Con modifier is 2.
So 12. So you negated the first snake hair damage by 12 points of damage. Let me double check something important there.
1.
You were already resistant to piercing, so it's only 1. Meaning that you don't actually take damage from the first snake hair attack. But you will still be taking. Let me just add all that up. You would still be taking 20 points of damage.
That's after the halving?
That is after everything's been reduced.
Include raging.
I already included raging on that.
He's fine. His HP bar is still boss level. You're fine, buddy. You're fine.
So in her attempt to break out of your strangulation, she just commands the snakes in her hair, and you hear the hissing as they let out a couple of bites at you, and then she tries to stab you in the arm with her short sword. Let me double check something important here. All right, that's fine. That'll be it for her right now. Stuff is happening in the background, but you guys don't need to worry about that. Derek, go ahead. It is your turn again.
Okay. Is there space between? The chest and the statue that I saw between? I had my eyes open the first time.
The statue. Kinda.
There's space like right here, like this area right here, this little thing right here. There's space for me to walk.
You can move here if that's what you want to. You wouldn't be able to stay here.
By the mirrors. Well, I remembered. I want to bump into like the sword and I have like a statue and stab me like eh.
I mean, I use a generic statue model, and none of them actually have swords on them.
Yes.
They just look like people in various poses, I guess, to describe them.
Okay. This allows me. I would like to help Drakgar by jumping on the corner ladies and using her hood against her.
Important question. Are you opening your eyes or closing them?
Closing them.
Okay.
I mean, she was literally next to. If I remember what I wrote, I guess what Derek would remember was, I think she was next to me. And if I feel out Drakgar, but like this buff ass arm, like, oh bro, what the hell? You're so huge. What the fuck?
They're like,
Like,
he's just
wait.
right here.
I smell a bromance budding.
Hey, by the way. I'm like, it's like, so if Drakgar grabbed
Sure
her,
is,
that
like,
means if I feel
trying
her
to
arm, his
breathe.
arm means
You're like,
she's over there. So I would like to, if this game would allow me, or it would be possible, for Derek to jump on the Lady of Coins and use her hood against her by covering her face with her own hood.
So here's the thing. This would be effectively blinding her, which is a strong debuff, as you can see. Meaning this will take her action to do. You will need to roll me an athletics check, contested against her acrobatics or athletics.
Where's my thing at?
Let me double
Okay, hold up.
grapple condition.
Let me also want to double check something too as well. Maybe I can use something to help me out.
The grapple condition does not impose disadvantage on dexterity checks.
Okay, so if I use strength, correct? If I use strength, roll strength. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Come on. Woo! 7. I don't know what I'm doing. Probably roll 7. Oh, can I use?
Oh, damn!
Wait, can I use? Wait, hold up.
Thing is though, in D&D, when it comes to ability checks, the defender wins. Meaning that even though you roll the same, she technically still won.
Can I use cutting? Can I use cutting words? It says ability check.
You how many bardic expressions do you have left?
You only used 1. I have 2 more left.
Okay. Then it doesn't matter what you roll, because as long as you roll 1, that means you get 1 over on her. So she is now effectively blinded.
And I would say, haha, joke's on you for wearing a cape. Use it against yourself. That would work.
That is your action.
Kind of...
Anything else?
I would give my last bardic inspiration. No, I have one. No, so I have 1 more left. No, I would use the last one.
What is your charisma modifier?
Charisma modifier is a 17, so it's a 3.
So it's a 3. So you use 1 to give it to Metius. You just use 1 as your reaction for cutting words, and you're about to give your last one.
Use the last one. We'll give the last one to Metius. I say, we blinded her. Open your eyes, guys. Got this, Metius. Done. Now in my turn.
All right. Mind you, she can break out of your grapple at the end of during her turn at any point. So.
I'll choke her out a little bit more.
Okay. I'm going to, at 3rd level, cast Magic Missile for 5 missiles at the Lady of Coins.
All right. So roll me your magic missiles.
Bruh. Not bad. 11? 16. Oh, never mind.
16.
Total of 16 points of damage on the Lady of Coins as you create your darts of magic around you and all fly, kind of curving around Drakgar and Derek to get her. She is looking very annoyed at the moment. Still standing.
Can my item interaction be checking the lock on this door beside me?
What do you mean checking the lock?
Like making sure that it's actually locked.
I mean, like I said, it's not like a padlock or anything like that. It's just you lower like a little lever, and it makes it so that the latch can't be slid unless that is removed.
Okay. Then I end my turn.
That's your action. Anything else?
No, that's it. I got nothing.
Okay. Porunga.
Alright, I'm gonna twin spell Frostbite.
Mm-hmm.
The first one's gonna go to the Lady of Coins, and then the second one to Greco's.
On Snick, man.
So she has to make a con save against your frostbite. Alright, first, see both of those. Okay, there we go. And now she makes a con save. As 14 just makes it. And then Greco's.
Ooh.
Like I said, he's looking pretty rough. If he fails this one, he might drop. He fails. Actually, let me double check. No, he doesn't have anything he can do against this. So how do you want to deal with Greco's?
I'm just gonna have him have icicles form around the outside of him, and he just falls over.
Wait, what?
Like icicles just form around the outside of his body, and then he just falls over like little frost, like snowflakes almost.
So you are making it a kill shot. All right. So you kind of shoot your frostbite at Greco's, and you see him kind of begin to freeze up, the icicles forming around his body, and then he, right before the ice kind of reaches his head, he might just blend out like one final sort of like set of words. He says, "Brother, I'm sorry," and then he shatters.
Ooh.
It's fine. It's fine. His brother has a lot of money I gave him earlier. Be fine.
Oops.
Whamp whamp.
You pay for his funeral. Oh. Kitty's not even dead.
And then I'm gonna magic missile the Lady of Coins.
Okay, that is. Wait, are you quickening it?
Hold on.
Just twin spell frostbite. I'm not entirely sure if you can do multiple meta magic options in a single turn.
Oh yeah, never mind. Sorry.
It would have been nice.
I'm actually gonna sacrifice a level 3 to get some sorcery points back and end my turn.
All right, Sandry.
He sacrificed a god.
Alright, I hear the death happen behind me, and my heart sinks a little bit because
It's his fault.
she doesn't like to think of her friends of like becoming murderers and just getting into the habit of ending people's lives because it's the easiest way out. So, feels a little disheartened for a second. And she will. Huh. There's so many options. Just kidding. I have like no options.
Heal yourself or heal your brother. Easy.
I'm going to say.
Well, actually, eyes open or eyes closed?
Closed because I'm not attacking.
Actually, hold.
Oh wait, I thought she couldn't see. I thought they put something over her face.
That is true. That's true. She is my bad. Sorry.
Right.
It's fine.
I mean, we're technically all still blinded by my light, but that's okay too. So I'll open my eyes. Can't see jack shit because there's just light rays bouncing all over the place. I'm gonna say, Lady of Coins. You can end this quickly. Just tell us where Hexia is and how we can get there.
In my eyes.
while still being fucking pestered by Drakgar and Derek. Well, for one, she can barely talk because she's been choked out by Drakgar, so she can't really answer.
I'll
Nope.
slightly.
No. Stop it. Bad.
I will cast. Ooh, did your Crown of Madness not work earlier because she outrolled you?
Yeah.
Okay. I will cast. Why are my level 2 spells the best fucking spells? It like literally kills me. I will cast Hold Person.
You cast your spell, and no effect.
No effect. Okay, good to know.
Oh, yeah, good to know for me now too.
All right. Well then, that was my question that I asked her. That's my turn.
Grecos is currently ice. Drakgar. She kind of like still squirming in your hand. It's kind of like attempting to pry your fingers open.
If I hold her ape down so she can't see, and then turn around, is that one action?
I mean,
Like torn towards my teammates, or is that two?
what do you mean?
I'm gonna try to hold the ape part down that Derek.
I'm still holding it. It's telling me to. I'm holding her. Yeah, I'm the one.
Moving away from her. Moving away.
I'm basically trying to turn her around towards my teammates,
I mean,
but
she's looking at
keeping
you.
her eyes closed so she.
Like, so are you saying you want to like essentially shift her position, like to be like here, or?
Or yeah, they could. Or wait, no, they could still attack, right? I'm not like in front of them.
No.
What are you doing?
Or never mind. I guess I'll just keep her right there and continue to.
You're like
strangle her.
you're gonna you're blitz cranking a Cassiopeia to ult your team.
No, that's not. I'll just forget that. I'm gonna keep her strangled, and I'm gonna use Pythor's hammer to try to whack her in the head with my other hand.
Good question. I forgot everything. Do it.
Right.
Give her concussion.
I don't have that one. Just making sure I have everything activated before I do this. Is that the one-handed one? Okay, that's one-handed.
Hey, let's get 26. Let's go.
Hits for 17.
All right, and then I'll do the same thing again. Oh wait, whoops. That's supposed to be minus. Subtract the Divine Fury, which would be
-8.
Be 8. Yeah. No.
Yes, it would be -8. So, all right. All right. Is that everything?
I'll continue to strangle her, but yeah, that's it.
All right. So, she's looking pretty rough. She can't really get a word out because you're.
Actually, I'll slightly move my hand out a little bit more so she can speak.
I mean, that would mean that you're breaking the strangle.
Actually, I'll just restrain her instead.
I mean,
instead of restrain. Never mind.
You're not really restraining her because that's a different condition altogether.
Or I'm sorry, grapple. I'll just keep her grappled, not strangle.
So you are so you are letting go of the strength.
Yeah, so she can speak.
All right, so you're still technically grappling her, just not to the point where she might be choking out. In that case, I need to check something here. Right. While still kind of holding her in place, you drop your whatever other heavier weapon you may have been holding in your hand, draw your Pythor's hammer, and again, you try to just kind of wail on her, and you feel it sounds like two meaty hits on her. She seems to be looking pretty bloodied now, and she says, "So that's how it is then. All right. Anything else, Drakgar?
Oh, that's it.
All right. Juno.
Do I want Juno to attack? I don't know if we should knock her out.
Sorry about that. Nom, nom, nom.
So the lady forward.
Keys.
Whoops, that's not Mitch. I'm gonna try to quarterstaff.
That's double
Oof.
one. That's a miss.
And then quarterstaff.
That hits.
I don't know if we should knock her out.
5 points of damage. She is still up.
Okay, good.
Anything else?
I'm gonna hold my unarmed strike if she tries
You
to. Oh, sorry.
cannot do that. You already took the action to attack. You can't hold another attack.
Okay, I guess then I'll end my turn.
All right. Let me check something important here. All right. So, on Lady of Coins turns. Let's see here. You kind of, Juno runs up and is now kind of surrounding the Lady of Coins and kind of hits her over the side with the quarterstaff again. To the first strike, she managed to just barely dodge it out of the way in enough time. The second one, however, is kind of like an under strike, like a body shot that you hear hits her around the ribs area. There's like a noticeable damage that is being dealt in Lady of Coins. She kind of still choking, choking a little bit, but not because you're strangling her, rather her injuries sustained. There seems to be like a bit of she's having a harder time standing up. She kind of you see a hand reach over to your hand that is holding her hood, Derek. And for a moment, you feel like she's gonna like dig her nails into your arm. But then says, "All right, that's enough. I yield."
I still keep the cape over her head just in case. She can talk fine.
Do you guys accept her surrender?
If she tells us where Sexy is.
Mercy!
Okay.
Come on,
Mercy!
the party in general, so that we can drop initiative or not.
If she's surrendering, I will maybe not lower my guard, but I'll see about it.
Yeah, forget to like tie her up or something.
What who has some rope first?
I'm sure we still have.
I have some rope.
Okay, but I will still cover her face up with it. She can still talk apparently. So I guess me keep covering her face still have no effect. You can talk fine, and then yeah.
So is that
Guys, right?
a general yes from the party? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, it's a yes
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, give me one moment. You
Your cat, come here. There we go.
you kind of like slowly, maybe not like Matthew said, not lower your guard, but approach the situation in a little bit more calm fashion. Some of you hand ropes over, some of you take whatever means you need to take to well, not really put down, you know, whatever preventive measures you need to take to make sure that she doesn't fall back on her word. You will notice that she doesn't particularly resist. She has both her hands up. Her short sword kind of falls to the ground. She looks over at you guys and, well, not looks over, not really exactly, because she still has the hood over her eyes, but rather begins to address you guys and says, I recognize when I missed it. Like I said, I respect power and those who wield it. And you all surprised me with the type of power that you all have.
Shit. I am lagging like a mother.
She
Pretty quickly after the I guess the initiative drops, like Drakgar, you would shrink back because it only lasts a minute.
Okay. Drakgar, you shrink back. There we go. So, magic dissipates from your body, Drakgar, and you return to your original size. For a moment, you hear uh, the Lady of Coins throw a comment that you're not quite sure how to interpret. As she says, well, I guess it does go smaller after a while.
I'll just ignore that one.
Again, she doesn't make an attempt to, if anybody's like reciting her with rope. She will actually present her hands forward. And won't particularly resist if anybody attempts to bind her wrists.
I'll tie it up with my rope.
She says, I didn't expect you all to be this strong. It seems I underestimated your abilities rather. And maybe Hexia did too.
Where's she at?
Well, she is far away from here. Her lair goes beyond the borders and of the shores of Mitros. But I know you're looking for a more specific answer.
I nod angrily.
I know
Money.
Hexia's lair is, but I cannot tell you at the moment. Because, well, how am I supposed to know that you won't kill me the moment I reveal that information?
You reveal location and I won't kill you.
I won't do it, but somebody probably will.
You kill me, and you will never hurt the location.
I
didn't say I'm gonna kill
Tell me
you.
now.
What do you say? You both talk at the same time.
I shove her against the wall and say, tell me now.
Come on. The Joker.
No, that means a lot to you, but I have to once again remind you I didn't do this just out of malice for you. It was a job. Same as how you make it your job to enter my hideout and kill my men. It was just a job.
I highly doubt this is your hideout, since you used the name of one of the first Dragonlords of this land. I highly doubt this is just your hideout.
Can I insight check her?
What are you trying to insight?
She's not bullshitting to try to.
I like to imitate her. Intimidation check. I like to intimidate.
What
Restraint.
part do you do you want to check if it's bullshit or not?
That's just a job, and she's not trying to or whatever.
Uh, you believe she's being truthful. It may be, even though again has her literally her back against the wall, and you guys have her right where you want her. You can tell she's trying to still keep her cool, so to speak, and not because she's putting up a front. You believe she actually is disheartened. Uh, again, she seems to act in a very matter-of-fact fashion. Uh, so you're more or less inclined to believe that she is being legitimate when she said it was just a job for her.
But I would like to intimidate her still, though.
Intimidate her for what?
Tell us the truth and tell us exactly why he wanted us to take him. Exactly why. I should probably tell us, but still like to push our questions through more. They're more of an effect on her. It's a hard, okay.
You may roll me intimidation. I guess I'll ask like how, besides just like, speaking words, how do you also intimidate her, or what do you say to intimidate her?
So where how she is, she's against the wall. I'm gonna be like, how in school, like there's like some people where if you're wearing a hoodie, they'll just pull down the hoodie even more, and like push her. So she's against the wall. I'm gonna pull the hoodie down. I'm gonna push her and say, "Oh, exactly why." What would Derek want to say here? Like in the tone, in anger tone, say, "Dang it, I forgot Derek was to say." I'll just show. I'll just show that I'm very angry. I'd say a word, and it was like, you tell us why you're doing all this. Is it truly your purpose to take him against his own will? Why attack us out of nowhere? I mean, we're coming here being nice.
I
Go.
was going to take all of you into Hexia. Also, you don't need to do that as her snake hair that you guys never set restraint. Kind of seem to gesture towards your hand. They don't bite you, but they are.
Snake.
All the snakes have like that expression of like you're aggravating her, or you're upsetting them, so to speak. I'm
Snake.
not as foolish as to try to attack once again after I already said I yielded. Considering you did poor Grecos over there,
It's his fault.
went to fold.
That was my bad.
Gotta let him to his death, not gonna lie.
Nero will not be happy to hear this.
He has the money. He'll think he'll be okay.
Are you implying?
Wait, what? What name did she say?
Are you implying?
Nero, but
Are you implying he buys himself another brother?
I mean, how many? Probably.
What's the second generation?
Probably.
Okay.
You want to be my brother? Sure. She's on her gold. Yay!
I will now direct my words to someone who actually has a brain.
Lies.
He looks past Derek and Drakgar and looks over to everybody else. Metius, Porunga, Juno, and Exandri.
Oh, my character clearly is like pulling Grecos to the side. She's like straightening him out and like wiping off his face because she is a little sad he lost his leg. So she's just kind of like being respectful and saying like a small little prayer for him because she knows she could just come back to our conversation in a few.
She notices you're doing all of that, and then says, "Not sure who you're playing this act for, but I
Damn.
suppose it would be better for Nero to see his brother in a less sorry state. Regardless."
Also, my character was doing this from the start, but like I was muted for a long time,
Oh.
so you didn't hear me the first time I said it.
All right, sorry.
So sorry about that. I wasn't doing it specifically because the brother conversation came up. I started doing this like immediately after combat ended.
All right. She looks over. Well, again, she's not looking, more so turning her head with the snake hair, more or less kind of following the general direction where she might be, to whoever she might be addressing. She says, "Once again, I'll repeat this. I was doing this because Hexia more or less strong-armed me and my people into doing favors for her. At first, it was out of a necessity for survival, but then it became a more active business, I suppose."
What kind of jobs were you doing other than petrifying and transporting bodies?
Well, as you know, I do have my own set of people I can rely on here in the city. Think of us as a thieves guild of sorts. A thieves guild that I have been relying on for quite a while. We've been, well, forgive me if I'm about to go into a bit of a rant here. You see, I'm not actually from Mitros, or from the mainland of Tylea for that matter. I am from somewhere far, far away.
Just like me.
I doubt we come from the same land.
Maybe, who knows? It's been 500 years. Who knows?
If you can believe it, I'm actually from the island of Themis, out way beyond the shores of the mainland, across the Cerulean Gulf.
Did you say Thanos?
Of Themis.
I'm making a joke. I'm making an in-game joke. Thanos?
But me and, well, my sisters had a falling out. One of them is currently the queen of the Amazons, if you can believe that. And I was thinking of one day repaying a visit to her and paying her back for all the good she's done to me.
I detect some kind of facetiousness.
Well,
Jessica.
what gave that away?
I think you know the tone and what happened, if you don't mind me asking. I don't necessarily want to force you to open up, but at the same time, we do need to find out what happened to Drakgar's mother and why you're even in this situation to begin with. We want to be able to understand your situation before any kind of judgment is passed.
Let's just say that we had our differences and I was forced to get out of there as fast as I could. My sisters, on the other hand, are currently living the high life in the island. In fact, there is one request that I wish to propose to all of you. If you don't cut me down right here and now, not only will I eventually lead you to the location where Hexia's lair is at, but I will also lead you to the legendary weapon that lies in the island of Themis.
Can I insight check her? See if she's lying.
Go ahead. All right, so hold on. Let me check what you roll. 15.
She could draw some map, just like the king.
She seems somewhat truthful. She is withholding. You believe she's withholding some information, but you obviously can't tell what or why or how. Uh, but the whole thing about a legendary weapon existing, uh, you believe she could be saying the truth? She's a hard woman to read, not the least of it of all because, well, she currently has most of her face obscured by her hood that is being held down by Derek.
It's on her.
Does that pique your interest?
You still haven't told me where Hexie is,
Like I
and
said,
I'm growing impatient. Can I intimidate?
like I said,
Drakgar.
I will tell you, but you have to guarantee me that you will not cut me down the moment I do so.
I won't.
We can easily promise that. We have no intention of killing you.
Fine, I won't cut you down. So keeping the hood on you. Just know that.
Oh, worry not. I've trained my eyes not to look at unnecessary targets. She
Cool.
kind of a little bit more of a relaxed posture on her body instead of the somewhat tense position she was holding as she was being pushed against the mirror wall by Drakgar. She says, Hexia lies somewhere in the Cerulean Gulf. In an island not too far away from the mainland, actually. We never actually went to the island. She always meets us halfway through our embarkations. I fear that the reason why she doesn't allow anybody nearby is because she's hiding something most shameful. Or perhaps she just doesn't wish to talk to people. A sentiment I can actually understand. Regardless, I've done enough errands for her to know which of the islands she actually inhabits.
Awesome map, and don't draw it. No, don't draw it like the king.
I'll do you one better. I can lead you to it myself. The same way how I can lead you to the island of Themis if you wish to acquire that legendary weapon.
Island of what?
Of Themis. Uh, here's how you spell it. Oh,
The NES. I bet you that's how you spell it.
HMS.
So
Thank
close.
you.
Yep.
Them is.
like, if you ever seen Wonder Woman, the island of Themyscira, kind of like that, except
Yep.
without the Kira. So
I just
Which
couldn't.
one?
It was really hard to just hear, so I just kept hearing tennis because my AC's on, like TENNIS, and I was like, I'm not quite sure what he's saying.
That was then. That was then S with the N. Then S. But okay, well, after all the information, like, hey, Drakgar, did you hear about that? An island of Amazon whamming,
Oh my god.
buff whamming for you.
I have a feeling these are
Roll
women
my
that
eyes.
I have a feeling these are women that you will not be keen on meeting. You see, my sisters and the many Amazons that follow them all share a certain mindset when it comes to men. They see them as weak, as nothing more than, well, how should I put it nicely? Pieces of meat.
I chuckle.
It's a challenge he likes. See, told you.
After
Challenge.
shooting a inquisitive and questioning glare at Derek, I will ask, why would you lead us. I don't wish to look a gift horse in the mouth, of course, but it seems like it could be dangerous for you, and we do need to be wary of these kinds of offers. What's in it for you, other than your life?
Well, what's for me? If I lead you to Hexia and she ends up dead, then I no longer have a dragon breathing down my neck. If I lead you to Themis and you get your hands on not just the weapon, but maybe perhaps even treasure, and maybe you, well, feel an itch for getting, making sure that my sisters don't cause harm to anyone ever again. That also means that I get something out of that. Revenge, first of all. You see,
And then
go ahead.
would you and then after you don't have this pressure, what is your intention with this thieves guild that you have?
Hmm. Maybe a change of scenery of sorts. If I no longer have to deal with upholding demand to those who, granted, they pay very handsomely, then I can just focus on doing something else. Who knows? Maybe we'll open our doors to the more common folk. Or maybe we'll move to another city. I hear that, well, I hear that many are out there, how should I put this, in less than desirable conditions that could use a change of pace. Listen, you're all decently smart folk. I'm not going to give you a sob story about how I was mistreated in the past or how this is my way of getting back at someone. I do what I have to do to survive. This is no exception. But you have all been so earnest that you deserve at least this much honesty. Should you wish for it, my Thieves Guild will no longer bother you in the city. And we may even lay low on our hits, so to speak. After all, they're all loyal to me. And if they get word from me, well then, that should be enough to keep them off your tails. There is still, of course, the matter of Teyra and Nurdigon, of course, but we'll cross that bridge when we cross it.
Is that does it seem reasonable, everybody?
Still want to talk to Theron.
Very sus.
I suppose that the issue is much larger than we initially thought, because you see, our group wishes to bring positive change to Mitros. And one of those things that we've decided, one of our tasks, is to put a stop to this Minotaur market.
Ah,
And it seems like some of the people that we know are wrapped up in it much deeper than we initially thought.
right. I suppose by now you know that Teyra Nurdigon has his hands on some degree of the Minotaur market.
Unfortunately.
Well, he is not the only one, but he is among the most prevalent figures there. The other ones, of course, being the king himself and the current head of the market, Maximilian the Merciless.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, the most me and my guild can provide are occasional disruptions of the market. But you're looking at a problem which root cause lies at the very core of Mitros. I don't believe this will be something that can be resolved as is. Unless, of course, you know of a way to get up to the seat of power, so to speak.
We're working on it.
Yeah, it's called Dragar's Hands.
Well, I appreciate that advice. We all do, I'm sure. Are you comfortable with this, Drakgar? We'll be able to find your mother?
She better not be lying.
I wouldn't even dream of it in this situation. In fact, I'll sweeten the deal even further. That legendary weapon that I'm talking about is a relic that
Mm-hmm.
has been in the hands of the Amazons for generations. A weapon that is said to strike hardest against the very Titans themselves.
Ooh,
Titan's Bane.
Titan's Bane.
That's how they call it.
I got an axe. I think, is it a sword? You know if it's a sword?
It was last I see it. You know how magical items tend to be. Sometimes they possess properties to alter their shape. But I believe this one is indeed a sword.
Drago, I got an axe. We got a sword, and that hurts Titans. Upog. You can do this. You can 2v5.
If that isn't enough to
Yeah.
entice you to follow along with my plan, then I don't know what is.
I would follow. What does everybody else feel?
As long
Derek
as
feel-
people aren't getting hurt.
Derek's still confused.
Oh,
Still in mid-
As long as the Lady of Coin promises to stop turning people to stone.
I
Right,
agree.
well, we take out this outside force that's forcing her into this horrible business, then you would stop, right? And I gesture towards the lady.
oh, yes, sure.
Answer carefully.
You see, like I said, I'm doing this entirely because, well, it is what I can do. It is business. But if
Can I
happens to be,
insight check that to make sure?
Same here.
go ahead.
I tightened the hoodie up a little tighter.
Uh, mind you, Alexandria Drakgar, she is not a, as you both know by now, she's not a good person. Uh,
Yeah, I know.
I beat her up more.
but she does seem to, again, she seems more like, damn, what's the expression? A very ends justify the means type of character. So at the very end, you, at the very least, you can figure out that she, if she genuinely seems to not see a future on continuing to turning people to stone and giving them to somebody else, then she probably will leave it.
And she said that she used to not always be like this, right?
I mean, she didn't say it explicitly, but
You guys always been a bad
you
guy.
guys, as inhabitants of this world, will know that, uh, that Medusae are often born out of curses. So you could probably gauge that much without saying anything out loud.
But they're still born that way, right? They're not like, it's not like one of us could get cursed and turn into something like her.
It can go either way. You would.
All right, then if so, then I'm gonna ask her if she was. I'm gonna be like, personal question. Were you born with your curse, or was it bestowed upon you?
I've always been like this for as long as I can remember.
Damn. Make fun of her. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
My only guess.
Make fun of her, guys. Come on.
My only guess is that someone way up the family tree broke an oath to somebody, or otherwise was cursed in some regard, and this is how we ended up. All my sisters are like this too.
Do you know who your mother is?
She looks. She just chuckles a little bit out of that question. Even if I knew, I don't believe I have anything to thank her for.
Oh, sorry. It was just a. I know that was a weird question. It's like maybe we've heard your mother and or father's name dropped before, and who they might have pissed off to get this curse bestowed upon you and your sisters?
Well, I'll tell you right now, my father was probably no one of them, just another man that the Amazons took for themselves.
It's bad. Drakgar, you're next. You got this, buddy.
My mother was an Amazon, I would imagine. One that wasn't probably particularly liked among the rest. Now, do I also get to ask a personal question to you, or was this a one-sided thing?
No, you can ask.
That ring on your finger, it belongs to the Nerdigans, doesn't it?
This? Yes.
Oh shit.
A recent development that happened only prior to coming here.
He's marrying the son.
So, did you accept the offer before or after you knew that Siren had investments in the Minotaur market?
Well, we already
We
knew that he's invested in the Minotaur market, but we still already planned to change it.
I see.
Marrying his son might be of some use.
changes.
He seems to not have the same ideals as his father.
Word on the street says that Sula Nerdigan is a particularly naive boy. Maybe you can mold him to your
That works in our favor.
maybe you can mold him into your liking, if that's the case.
Don't.
Well,
When we met him, he did talk about change and liking what our group specifically has been doing. So,
at, thi-
if it helps abolish the slavery of the Minotaurs, I don't see any harm in it.
at this point, you hear a rumbling from the hatch, from the door below you guys, and then you see kind of like this very slim piece of metal, kind of like slide through a seam in the hatch, and move in such a way that it seems to be trying to slide the lever over that you used to lock the hatch in the first place, Metius. Ah, looks like my people are here.
There's a giant slide you can escape from. Being around his nose, ears.
I find that to be unlikely.
If you
I
if
feel like
if you untie
you
me,
should probably dismiss them.
if you untie me, I can probably make that even more convincing.
A giant slide. Just jump in the water instead.
I don't trust you.
What's it gonna be? You untie her?
Untie her.
Juno, get rid of your staff just in case.
Lady of
What?
Coins,
Be
please
relaxed.
understand we are investing a lot in you. As the Nerdigons wanted your head. Literally, your head.
Oh, I
Mhm.
And
10
offered to pay
10K.
10,000 gold for you.
well,
I would have done it. I would have done it myself, literally.
in a sense, I'm flattered that he believes that my head is worth that much. My
Fuck you.
sisters had that high of an opinion of me. At this point, well, do you guys untie her?
Yeah.
All right.
I whispered to Drakgar, it's a good thing we didn't tell her we haggled it for 10K.
Lady of Coins, I know this might be another awkward question. While you lay low in the city, by chance have you ever turned someone like yourself into stone before?
What an odd question. No, I don't think I have. At this point, the sort of like Slim Jim looking piece of metal kind of slides the lever open, and the hatch is kind of like slammed open. Lady, we got here as soon as we could, but there was this idiot that made it difficult for us. And you see a group of people walk in. Three of them appear to be
Shit.
the thugs that were downstairs, but the fourth one is the other tiefling twin. However, they're bringing along a beaten up and bruised figure with them.
They
The
better not have.
tiefling says, "This one thought it would be funny to try and get the drop on us to enter the location." And they
Oh no.
in a current,
God damn
No.
it!
very
No.
a
No.
beaten up looking Loris. Uh, and then
Cast healing from a distance.
you see as he tosses Loris on the ground, Nero then looks around, looks at you guys, and then looks around and sees the well assembled kind of pile of icy remains of his brother, and he looks over at you guys and says, "You bastards!" And Shing kind of pulls out his two short swords. "What have you done to my brother?"
He ran into my sword. Sorry. Nah, just kidding.
First! And right as he's about to rush, Lady of Coins says, "Nero, stop it." "But lady, they killed my brother." She says, "Yes, I know. We'll deal with that. Just stay down for now." Nero looks at you guys. Which one of you? Which one of you did it?
point at Icy Man over here.
It was me.
Just completely threw
Fucking Derek the snitch.
fucking bus.
Jesus Christ, Derek.
Look, he didn't breathe fire. I'm still mad at that.
Nero looks at you, Porunga.
Good guy, by the way.
Nero
Good
looks
guy,
at you,
yep.
Porunga, and looks back. His eyes scan the room, and then you see as he kind of reaches to Loris's hair and just kind of pulls him up by the hair. Still has the short sword in hand, by the way, kind of pointing it at the back of his neck. Blood for blood. How much
No way.
How much does this one mean to you? Loris just kind of says,
Ready,
"Don't do anything reckless." Actually, hold on, Exandri. Don't get too close, because the man has Lorius at sword point, basically.
Wait, hold up. Wait a minute, hold up. My trait, can I put them asleep?
I have to move you back a little bit, Exandri, because if you would have gone that close,
Yeah.
he would have done something.
Can I use my trait now? I didn't use it the last time.
Is it safe to
Put him
say
asleep?
that Lady of Coins is like bloody enough that like one strike will take her down?
Not exactly. She seems bloodied, but you can tell by the way that she was behaving and acting earlier that she doesn't seem to be near death.
Because
Nero looks at you, Xandri, and says, "Hold it right there. One more step and this one dies." Lady of Coins says, "Nero, that's enough." The other thugs that are around are kind of like looking in between everybody, kind of not quite sure what's about to happen.
I reach out and gently grace Loris's face, and I'd be like, "Do you trust me?" And as I say that, I'll cast Sanctuary on him.
He looks at you, doesn't say anything, but just nods along. He has his head kind of reeled back by Nero and says, while looking at you, Porunga, says, "You didn't answer my question. How much does this one mean to you?"
that's Fireball. Do it.
Alright, look, man, I'm sorry about your brother, but we were in the middle of a fight.
Looks over. And you can tell he is, well, fuming, to put it lightly. Before he's actually able to do anything, you see the Lady of Coins do like a gesture with her hand, and on cue, the three individuals that came up with Nero just kind of move to the sides and back of him, and just you see as one of them grabs him by one arm, the other one by the other arm, and then the other one kind of puts him on a headlock. Take him away. Make sure he cools down, says the Lady of Coins. As Nero is dragged off screaming by the three thugs. This isn't over. As he is removed from the room.
Loris got fucked up. Holy shit.
I was about to break fucking Lady of Coins for that.
The Lady of
Me too, not gonna lie.
The Lady of Coins looks at you, Porunga, and says, "Something tells me that you are not the heart of this group."
He's ice cold.
But
I help pick up Lorius as he still has his like magical shimmer to him, and I will heal him.
We're all gonna gang bang with our heels, right, guys?
That's a way to put it.
Yes. Too bad.
What
Too
the
bad.
hell?
He needs it. Shut up. He needs it.
Lorius looks at you guys that are approaching him and says, "I'm fine, really.
Bad.
You guys were really fast back in the city. It took me a while to catch up."
Yeah, the hooves. Come on. Yeah.
But it seems
Healed for 11.
things are resolved here, right?
Yes, Lorius.
Give him two.
I
Give him one more.
apologize. I should have sent you a message to lay low. Your injuries are my fault.
No, they're my fault. I chose to follow after all.
Yeah.
I
There you go.
bear the thought of you all walking into danger and me not being able to stop it. But it seems you're saving me. Thank you.
Vicky, how much HP you got back from me? That's 8.
So he
9,
just healed 28 HP.
Oh.
He should be fine now. Metius, you two heal him. Come on.
There's still, like
I
this,
have no healing spells.
God damn it.
like cuts. As far as cuts go, like they kind of seem to close up with the healing magic. There's still a couple of lingering bruises, on him, that are more so there because, well, they are a little bit more long lasting. They don't seem to. He doesn't seem to be in any pain. But he might have a couple of scars after this encounter.
He's fine. He's fine.
Next, I'm gonna walk up to the Lady of Coins and I'll pull out some more bandages and I'm gonna bandage her up next.
You don't need to.
Boo.
Don't need to do all of that. In fact, I advise you keep these. I feel like in the near future you're going to need them more than I do.
I'm going to smile at her and be
Too
like,
bad.
hush. Don't worry. I stocked up plenty. This one
That's
bandage is not gonna break our squad.
Smudge.
Suit yourself. By the way, I must ask, what are you going to do from here on out? Are you just going to walk back to Terra Nerdigon and tell him that you couldn't kill me, or, well, that you didn't kill me, rather? Or are you just going to ignore that this happened in the first place?
My head's been spinning on some things that we could do. The reason why I asked that weird question earlier of if you've ever by chance turned someone who looks like you into a statue was in seeing if we could play off trading in that statue and stating that it was you.
Ah. Well, an interesting idea.
Get him off her back.
An interesting idea, but it's not going to work. You can get those back, I suppose. She looks over at the three statues in the room.
I knew there were people.
They were our most recent additions that we were to send off to Hexia. She will not be happy that latest delivery will not have them, or will be indefinitely delayed. But at the very least, you can
So we
take
take
these.
her back to Nerdagon?
Yes. You kind of looking at Juno, who's the closest. I will say, take this and open that chest next to you, as she hands over a key.
I thought the chest was busted open because I used thunderclap
Yeah.
on it.
It wasn't
I guess
busted open.
I'll-
It was damaged. It wasn't busted open.
Not yet. It wasn't. So sad. I could have done it
I
again.
guess Juno will open up the chest.
Juno opens
So
the
on
chest, and what Juno will
the money.
And it explodes. She tricked us. We all died. The end. GG.
imagine.
Fireball.
Do you see that the chest is actually separated in two different compartments? Like with like a divider towards the middle. On one side, you see a lot of personal effects that seem to belong to the Lady of Coins. Mostly like clothes, random trinkets. But on the other side of the chest, there appears to be a lot of money. Uh, there's silver, gold, even a couple of platinum pieces, you believe,
Take two.
as well as what looks like 4 or so vials of some form of oil.
Does it look like the one I already have?
Correct.
Okay. Oh,
So take the oils.
I'll add them to my stock, and then I'm gonna go take 3 of them, or set them to the side for the statues that we'll give to Lady of Coins. I do, however, need you to lie very low
I was already planning.
for a while.
I was already planning on that. And by the way, my name is Moxena.
Marcella?
Moxie and Moxella.
That's how you spell it.
Moxina. That's very pretty.
Mo
It's a pleasure
Mozena.
meeting you, Moxina.
But my friends call me Moxia. You can go either way, really.
Moxie got it.
Everybody, while we're here in the private chambers, I do think we need to get our stories on the same page. I am going to lie
Threw into the ocean.
to Dirty God.
I killed it and threw into the ocean.
I'm going to tell him that we fought her, in which we believe we won, and that with the final blow to the Lady of Coins, she stumbled out the head of the statue and tumbled into the
Derek-
depths below.
I would
Eric pushed into the ocean.
prefer, if I may add a bit to your story, that you do not discern or disclose any information about the inside of this colossus. Not many people actually know this exists. For all the general public knows, this is just a very large statue.
Okay, let's alter this a little bit.
Do the academies not know of this either?
I'll say, because you were in the academy, there are records that indicate that at some point the statues of Mitros, because there used to be 2, this one and another one, once seemed to have animated to fight back against a kraken-like individual, but nobody exactly knows how they animated. As far as public record shows, it was almost as if by magic. Mind you, I'm talking about something that happened like hundreds of years ago.
Right.
500 years ago? Question mark.
How much
Me.
gold and stuff was in was in the chest? So 1 second, I was writing this down actually. So that's how much.
I say we keep her with most of the gold. What she give it to the poor? Or we steal from a lady who's giving the money back to the poor? We just keep the platinum pieces though. Just saying.
Well, some of
Well,
this, I mean, at the very least, I'm not suggesting that we steal from anybody. However, we do need a sense of urgency in going to get Drakgar's mother and stopping Hexia. Some of this could be used to charter a ship or a boat or whatever it is that we need, supplies, things like that. At the very least, we don't have to take all of it. Of
I was
course,
just about to say that.
I think that
I'm glad we are of one mind.
from here, we should probably split to 2 groups. I believe a small group of us need to go and figure out how much acquiring a ship and all of those will cost.
Certainly.
And I believe another half of our party needs to go talk to Nerdagon. Of course, I will be in that party as I already have to go there for other means.
Need to go.
I'll try to find us a ship.
I don't know anything about ships, but I have some experience ledgering and with a minor accounting and things like that from my winery days. I could go on the ship crew.
Would you be able to do that? Not that I don't trust you, brother.
I will.
But when it comes to more finances, I believe Metius might have a little bit more schooling in that area.
It is now that the voice of God whispers in your ears and says, "The ultras, remember the
Oh my God, Derek's gonna say that. How many times Derek has said that the whole goddamn guys? We're going for a boat. Why do we need to go rent a boat? Well, we're gonna go get one anyway.
Well,
the
I
whole
mean,
thing.
we don't. The Ultras is
getting a
so
boat
far
for
away,
free.
and we could.
We-
Yeah,
The Ultras is a big boat.
it's like halfway
know-
across the map, my guy. But yeah.
Guy, look, the Ultros is a big boat because guess what? Derek was on it. Can survive the monsters that were reported in the docks when we came to visit, saying that they were attacked.
Well, they weren't.
Not remember that
Reminder / clarification. They weren't attacked in the docks. They were
attacked in the ocean coming in.
the ocean.
So we need a big boat, just like the Ultros, to help sail to deal with monsters attacking us on said boat. And you're right. The God was I agree with you, God. I know, I agree with you.
We probably don't need the Ultras for the
Yes, we do.
what was that one creature called? That was
Chimera.
the Chimera that's like right across at the island across from here.
Bro,
We could probably find a
So
crew for that.
you don't know which island is at. You were
Oh, they didn't tell us.
Yeah, the known. Just a second. The sailor said that they were attacked while, traveling the Cerodian Gulf, which is the, piece of ocean like right off the mainland.
big map yet.
It's a big
map yet.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're really trying to not get this boat, even though we actually need it. Question mark.
Nah, we good.
All right, you guys sail and die and drown. I'll be like, well, I guess South Derek was right again.
At any rate, the Moxena, the Lady of Coins, will say, well, lying to Terra Nurdagon is a bold strategy. I really hope it plays out to you okay.
Push out the window.
Well,
Come on.
for me, I hope so as well. So guys, those who are going to Nerdagon, we need to get our story straight. We're going to say that we fought the Lady of Coins, in which we believe we defeated her.
Throughout the statue, or she felt the statue.
No, we're not going to bring up the statue. Instead, we will say that we fought with her in the docks. And before being able to take her head, we slowly found ourselves to become outnumbered as her followers started piling in which we bartered her body for the statues.
We pushed her into water and we ran away with the statues.
That's not what I said.
Look, she's still
Do you want to
technically
go to
alive.
Gergon, or do you want to go with the other group?
Fine. I gotta talk to him in a sterning voice then. You will have some questions asked.
Only after everyone else, because you tend to fuck up plans.
Fine.
But I did not say we killed her in my story. I said after we defeated her, or which we thought we defeated her, we became outnumbered as her followers showed up. And they bartered the statues of their latest 3 victims in return for her body, in which we traded.
Fine. Fine.
Very well. And speaking of something really important, whatever money you found on that chest, well, I ask that you don't take all of it, but I can't very well stop you if you decide to.
How much is a platinum coin again?
A platinum coin is 10 gold.
So 50. So it's 500 gold. Let's take the platinum coin story. Shinier.
What was this coin for?
I believe it's the coin that she took from the vendors Vertigon mentioned the night before.
Yes.
I would prefer to refer to that as the money reserves collected by the Thieves Guild.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, call them how you will. Regardless, she kind of supports her weight on the mirror wall to like stand up. I will give the word to the rest of my people. Well, I suppose the word's already being spread, actually. They will not attack you on your way out. But you advise you move quickly away from here. Once again, we don't want to attract any unnecessary attention.
Moxia, if you're okay with me calling you that now.
By all means.
Would it be too much to ask if you could also have your followers possibly spread a little bit of gossip that you have fallen in battle as they're out and about and drinking in taverns?
If I do that, that means we probably won't be getting any new members. I suppose we can probably spread the word to the general masses and keep the truth within the close circle. You do know that, however, once the word spreads far and wide in the city, there will be people looking for, well, evidence. We will do our best to lay low for the time being until we find a way to move on to better ventures. Don't worry about finding me again. I will make sure to find you myself.
Madge.
And don't worry about dealing with Nerdigon. He hasn't been able to find me yet. I'm pretty sure he won't be able to find me now. Wherever it is you're going, I truly, from the bottom of my heart, do wish your success.
Of course. Do you have magical capabilities?
Me. I mentioned before that our deal with Hexia involves a couple of rewards. While I do not possess magic of my own, she has rewarded us with some magical items. Don't tell me you're gonna take those away from me, are you?
I
No, we
was
were
more
thinking.
curious along the lines of spells. Like, can you cast magical spells?
What you see is what you get.
Okay.
Can we now? Can we unstatufy these people now? This might be dragging a little too long.
Um, we need to petrify them once they're out of the statue, as we're trying to keep the statue a secret, and we should do it out of the sight of Moxia, so they can't be some unknown alibi that she is still alive.
Hmm.
All right, so everybody grab a statue. Let's go.
It's gonna take a while because they're statues and therefore very heavy. Uh,
It's whatever. It's fine.
I hand Lady Moxia
I'll pick up.
a specific silver ring that I carry on my character that was a gift from my sister in my background story. And it's silver and it's got golden leaves embroidered around it, and in the center is a tiny green stone. And I'll hand it to her, and I will be like, if you ever find yourself in trouble, just have one of your men come and find us, and through magical means, I will be able to possibly locate you through this.
she looks at the ring from various different angles. And how much is this worth exactly? I'm
Ha
joking. I'm joking, of
ha
course.
ha.
I,
Glass a little bit anyway.
I
It's
will,
priceless.
I will keep it close to me, I suppose.
Lord,
Just so you know, I don't.
Matches your eyes.
Go ahead.
I said it matches your eyes, and then I walk away.
She.
Why'd you look at her eyes? What the freak? Huh?
Just so you know, I don't particularly like people knowing where I am at all times. But I suppose I'll
Um,
keep it here as a
it's
symbol of our friendship.
it's not like I'll always know where you are. It's more like if we ever had to find you, if you were within a certain radius of me, I would maybe be able to help locate you, type of thing.
I suppose that works. She kinda shrugs. Now, please take the statues. And who are the
I'll
ones
pick her up.
grabbing? Who are the ones grabbing the statues? Because I'll say,
And then my character,
while Drakgar may be able to move one of them himself, uh, the other ones would require at least two people for the statue to move them.
How hmm. Give me 1 second. I gotta read this spell.
um, hey Matthias, you know how you always make Drac big? Can you make a
Yes,
statue small?
I can. However, it lasts a minute.
Just
I-
like
I do not think that we can. I may, however, have something else that I can do, and I will. I just need to see the radius of this thing. I will pull out a little tiny flask from my component pouch and drop it onto the floor and make some movements and say some magical words, and it will cast Tensor's floating disc, and a large disc will appear in front of us. I think it says it's I cannot see where it's. Oh, it's 3 feet in diameter, right?
I believe so. Can you put it on the?
Yeah, 3 feet in diameter, and it floats 3 feet above the ground in an unoccupied space, and it can hold up to 500 pounds. So this 3 foot silver mercury color disc will appear, in front above where the droplet of mercury was, and I will sort of gesture to it and say, I think maybe this should be able to carry at least one, and then everybody else can work on carrying another.
I'll pick one up and try to put it on the disc, make sure it.
That's quite a brilliant spell, Metius.
What happens? Does the disc hold it?
Yes, the disc will be able to hold the statue. If anybody places it on top of the disc, thankfully all the statues are in such a pose that they can more or less support themselves, as it stands. So you can it's a matter of relocating it to the disc, and then it seems to be stable enough to move around on the disc.
All right, then I'll pick them all up and then set them on each on one disc.
I think it's probably only big enough for one
Yeah,
statue, right?
it's only
only one.
disc, so only one
Yeah.
statue.
Okay, never mind.
So,
never mind.
So once you place the one Drakgar, once you place the one on it, like you will see maybe an excited face that Metius has never made before, and he'll like do like a little clap, and he'll look over and be like, "This is magic. Do you see? This is wonderful." And I'll just like start walking, and hopefully the disc will float with me.
Lorius looks over at the disc moving around with the statue, and Lorius says, "Yes, that is indeed wonderful. I must admit, every day your magical abilities surprise me more and more, Mr. Metius."
That is unbelievably flattering, Glorious. And I'll just continue to stare at this like wonderful silvery mercury thing in front of me.
Well, you've all flattered me enough. That is only fair. I return some compliments.
So, to confirm, we only took the 55 platinum and we left the gold, right?
I mean, you guys took whatever you took. Well, what are you taking out of the amount of money that I just described?
Yeah, we took the 55 platinum because we left the gold with her and the silver.
Yeah, so they
Isn't
can
it right?
relocate. Yeah.
Okay, if that was
It wouldn't be right to steal everything from her. You know, I'm pretty sure she might be doing some good with the gold. I think.
Well, yeah, because remember she gives to the poor.
That's why you don't. Why take the whole thing? What money shouldn't give? She got no money because guess what? The good guys took it from him. Took it from her.
We'll take the 55 plat.
Yeah.
55 plat.
Uh,
Nothing else.
That's it.
There's just the 55 plat and the potions, right?
Yes, and the little anti-petrification oil.
Took 3 of them. There's one more in there left. You said you took 3.
No, I took all of them. I put 3 to the side for the statues.
All right then.
In that case, you grabbed that amount of gold. You'll split it platinum rather. You'll split among yourselves however you wish. You grab the anti-petrification oils, and you grab the statues. It takes you a long while to go down the Colossus. Both because you're being careful not to drop the statues, and also just because it'll take the climb up and down the Colossus takes a while. At some point, around the halfway point of you guys, going down, you would walk by the group of thugs currently still not really restraining, but more so having taken Nero aside to be like, all right, dude, I know shit's pretty bad, but you have to believe in the lady. You'll get yours one day, we promise. And you do get like a death glare from Nero, Porunga, as you walk by.
Lol XD.
You see as how do I explain this? You well, what do you want to say?
Like passing by, I was just gonna apologize to him again.
He
But
has no visual or audible reaction to your apology.
I would just continue following everyone after that.
Eventually, you guys make it out the Colossus, and back into the city of Mitros, the hidden door closing behind you guys as you exit through the right leg of the Colossus. What do you guys do? Actually, what?
Should probably.
Once we're out of the statue and like more closer to the docks, I'll start administrating the potions on them.
Well, the oil. But yeah. As you do that, takes you roughly like a minute per statue to apply it. Because you have to rub the oil kind of like all over. Well, cover as much of the body as you can with the oil, so it takes full effect. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes per, after all three statues are done, you see the oil kind of continue to slide like on the body. After a moment, the gray texture of the statues seems to disappear. The color of life once again returning to the individuals. The individuals are as follows. The first one appears to be a rather beautiful looking elven woman of sorts that seems to have a kind of like this tightly tied bun, I guess, her hairstyle. The second one appears to be a sort of like darker skin dwarven individual who seems to be donning attire that you would associate with like a bards, I guess. The last individual appears to be a halfling or perhaps a gnome that is also donning kind of like this attire that looks well, in comparison to the rest, a little bit more scholarly. He actually was petrified alongside a bunch of scrolls that he currently has tied inside a quiver, very similar to the one that Kyra uses to keep her all her texts. The individual seems to have very sharp features as well.
I don't recognize them at all, do I?
You can make me a history check.
Ooh. $14.
You look over at all of these guys, and you're trying to kind of place them a little bit. You believe you recognize at least two of them. The elven lady. You believe you may have seen her around before in the academy. You were told by Tara Nerdigon that the one of the people that more recently went missing, or was taken perhaps by the Lady of Coins, was a poet by the name of Sila. And you kind of, the gears in your head start turning a little bit, and you're like, oh, I think this is her.
What was the name?
Sila, with an S. Give me a second while I type it on the thing. Or Scylla. I'm not sure how you pronounce this.
Solos, and then I forgot the other. Gondros, is that what these three are?
Gondros and Cholos.
Yeah.
The other one you do recognize, I believe, would be Gondros, the what's it called? The gnomish individual. That he was mostly infamous around the academy because he seemed to have a very high opinion of himself. Often quoted as referring to himself as amongst the greatest composers of his time. Once the petrification texture sort of like disappears from there, they all kind of like, and they all kind of look at each other. Some of them take it a little bit more in stride than others. You see the gnomish individual kind of keels over like the moment the petrification effect disappears. It feels as if I was stuck in the endless void for a moment. He kind of turns
Well,
to look at you
welcome
guys.
back.
The dwarven individual uh, kind of seems to crack his neck a little bit. "Oh, where, uh, where are we?" And the elven lady uh, says, "And who are all you?"
Well, we're the Dawnbringers. Um, Terra Nerdagon sent us to find you guys. We're still in the port in Mitros. Um, are you guys capable of walking on your own by chance?
They all seem to be processing those comments one at a time. You're the Drownbringers. Tyrann, they're gonna ask you guys to find them. They're still in the dogs. They want to see if they can still move. So they kind of process like that sentence a little bit by bit. And the Dwarven man seems to say, "I wouldn't think that someone like Terran Nerdigan would be concerned for our lives. Um, apologies, but the last thing I remember was being stalked by some form of unseen force. Then everything went blank." The elven lady says, "Yes, me too. I was practicing my poems out loud, and suddenly I turned around because I felt someone walk up behind me, and then nothing." And they both turn to look at the gnome. And he says, "Well, I suppose 3 times the charm, right?" Um, However, what you said, kind of turning to look at you guys, the gnome says, "You claim to be the Dawnbringers? Is I'm afraid I am not quite entirely too familiar with the term."
No worries. We're still a little new to town. Um, you could say we're just here to make wrong things right and to do our best to help those out who are in need.
Uh, you see as Gondros, the gnome, seems to be kind of nodding along while having like a hand up to his chin. Uh, and he says, "Well then, as the greatest composer of this city, I can assure you that my gratitude knows no bounds for your actions, if you were the ones that indeed sapped us out of that foul trance that we were in."
I'll try to hold up and like ring the empty bottles in which we use to unpetrify them.
Ah, what may those be by any chance?
These were very expensive potions that we used to unpetrify you as you were all turned to stone.
Scylla says, "Expensive, you say? Well, I believe I speak for myself when I say that I don't have any current means of paying you back."
How about instead of coin, you trade us a secret of the city, a well known secret of the city?
The dwarven Sholos speaks up and says, "Well, there's plenty of secrets that this city has, but more of them are among the lines of baseless rumors. Well, maybe some of them not as baseless as others. We can share what we know, but surely that hardly makes up for, well, saving our lives."
No, I think it would be perfect. To be honest, the best thing in life is knowledge itself. And seeing as we are still new, and you all seem to be a group of knowledgeable people, those who go to the academy or who are of higher status, and knowledge is unreplaceable, especially for those who did not grow up here or haven't had enough time to figure out the lay of the whole land.
Sholos kind of nods along and says, "Well, in that case, could you give us a moment?" And he kind of taps Scylla and Gondros on the shoulders and kind of beckons them to get a little bit further away. They kind of huddle up a couple of feet away from you guys and begin to have like a hushed conversation for a minute.
What was the dwarf's name? I got all of them but the dwarf.
Sholos.
Sholo.
This is you pronounce it Sholos, you spell it like this, or Cholos if you really want to spell it. But
Juan.
I'm going to go ahead and say that the intended pronunciation is with an sh sound. So, uh, so they stay.
Okay, so I hate to be like the bearer of bad news, but Cassie has to use the restroom, and I've been
I was gonna
holding
say.
it for a while.
As they begin this conversation, since we're already like a little bit beyond the habit part of the session, we'll be taking a quick break here. Do what you need to do, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. And you will pause it. All right, we're back. Um, so you guys, well, like I said, the three individuals went to have like a group huddle of sorts. It lasts for a couple of minutes until eventually they all kind of nod in agreement to something, and they come out of the team huddle. They walk up to you guys and say, and Silent says, "We believe we've reached a well." Favorable reward for your actions in saving us from what would no doubt have been a terrible fate. It's a reward in two parts. The first one will be the knowledge of some rumors or secrets that we each of us know. Uh, he, the gnomish individual Gondros, says, I happen to have overheard that in the upcoming Great Games, the distant nation of Aricia is deciding to send in their best athletes with the intention of embarrassing the local celebrities. However, my Trojans and Aricians often have a rivalry of sorts. I'm certain that though their skill may be legitimate, they will not be liked by the public.
Can you spell those two words so I spell them correctly in my notes?
What words?
Aricia and the other one.
Arisha and he said Mytrosian.
Yeah, my Trojan. Aricia. Thank you.
And to make it even stranger, it is said that the Amazons of Themis have sent a delegation of sorts to the games. He kind of
The Amazons are sending what?
a delegation,
A delegation.
a fancy word for a group.
To the games as well, correct?
Correct. However, the games are still not scheduled to start until quite a couple of days from now, and even then, it'll certainly take some time to properly set everything straight, considering, uh, well, circumstances during the last month, like the storm. Then, uh, Sholos says, I have a rumor that I heard a couple of days ago, back when the storm had just subsided. It is said that King Pythor of Astoria is considering abdicating his throne. Um, People believe that he will leave the seat of the throne, so to speak, to his eldest daughter, uh, to his eldest daughter, and well, nobody is quite exactly sure why he decides to do this, if that's even true. But if it is, then it would mean a great change in the political landscape.
Madge.
Then
Okay, let me make sure I got this correct. Sorry. So, Cholus's rumor was that
the King Pythor.
when the storm, or yeah, Pythor, when the storm receded, the rumor is that he's abdicating his throne to his oldest daughter, and it's going to make a giant political.
Well, there's
Party.
a bit of a shift in the political landscape. That's what he referred to.
Okay,
And that was the plan anyway. Yeah, we knew that. Lol.
but we do. That's true though.
You knew that. You knew that a long.
Oh, we're not going
time
to say
ago.
that out loud. Okay,
Yeah.
continue. Sorry.
And then Silas says, that
Silas.
the one that I heard is one that is most worrying. They said that something or someone has disturbed the ancient titan Kentimane. That his arms have now begun to move around the entirety of Lylea.
Wait, did I forget
Uh-oh.
to say that? Did I forget about that one? Yeah, I mean, must have hurt his arms when we fought him. So I forgot about that Titan.
Okay, so hers was someone or thing has disturbed the Titans that's sleeping, and that his arms have started moving around Tylea, correct?
So that
Cease.
something disturbed Kentimane specifically.
Your mic is cutting in and out so bad.
Is it cut out for everybody else?
No,
I'm not really noticing it.
right now, no.
Not right now.
Okay.
Still issue.
I was saying, she said that something or someone has disturbed the sleep of the Titan Kentimane, the 100-handed one. That his arms, that you guys have seen around the land.
Yeah, outside of the necropolis, his fingers, right?
Well, yeah, arms or fingers you've seen protruding from the ground.
You giving me the middle finger the whole time.
According to her, if the rumors are true, then the arms have begun to move again, but nobody knows how, why, or what the purpose of his reawakening might be.
Okay.
Yeah, we forgot to knock him out, guys. Oh, my bad, guys.
Um,
Forgot about him. I forgot about
Thank
him.
you. Those are all three very wonderful, knowledgeable information. I appreciate it. One last thing is, would you guys please accompany us to Taran Nerdagon's estate, so he may see that we have safely returned you guys to society?
They all look at each other, and Gondrus says, well, that actually relates to the second part of what we discussed. And they kind of like look at each other, they give each other like a knowing nod almost. And they all kind of put their hands over their chests, over their hearts. And in unison, they say, should you accept us, we will swear an oath of service to all of you, as thanks for what you've done for us.
Servants, guys. Oh my god.
Wait, what? Restart that? Sorry, Pumo made me laugh.
They want an oath of service.
Essentially,
You want us?
they are offering to swear an oath of service to all of you.
And one is a poet, one is a composer, and the dwarf is a bard.
Correct.
We can make more music. Cool. Can make more music, guys.
Actually, with the three of you and your guys' intellectual knowledge, she's gonna look at the party and she's gonna be like, I think they could actually assist us, guys. What do you think on their offer?
Does
Awesome.
does Met know their
Pull.
oh
The
goodness,
deal.
what's the word?
Deal, guys.
Like their
the deal.
essentially their pull in the academies,
Uh,
in the intellectual spaces. Like I think that Accenture's making a good point.
Make me like a history check.
Sure.
Deal, guys. Come on, it's a deal.
Ooh, not 20. Let's go, Matt.
You would know that in the intellectual space, maybe they don't have actually that much pull. Yes, they
Mhm.
are knowledgeable, but mostly in the arts.
Right.
You're obviously right now you have no way of knowing for certain if they have any pull on scholarly matters, I guess. Uh,
But their reputation in the academy's like good.
it is. You believe their standing and reputation in the academy is at least good. You don't recall, you being a local from Mitros, you don't recall ever hearing like their names spoken ill of, I guess. Maybe with the exception of Gondros, but that's because he's a bit of a bragger.
I know it all. Yeah.
Right.
But more so again because he's know-it-all, he's a bragger, but not because he's actually like a bad person or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So then I'll nod along with Exandria and say I think that you're right. They could certainly help us, and who knows in how many ways.
I look to
Uh,
Drak and Porunga, Juno, and Derek. What do you guys think?
I don't see anything wrong with it.
I said take the deal a while ago. I don't know why you guys are still talking about it more.
Because it's a group
It's
choice?
a group effort, yes.
Oh, I said a deal, so you have to ask me anything anymore.
We'll assume Juno says yes, he's not here. Porunga?
Yes.
Alright, so I guess we turn back to him and be like, it would be our pleasure.
They all nod and then do like something in between, like kind of like a bow. Still their hands over their heart. They all look at you, and Gondros says, "Well, in that case, if you are to lead us to the house of Terra Nerdigon, then we shall indeed follow. And though we may not know where your future travels will take you, not for once hesitate
About
to call upon our assistance if you need it."
Of course. And I do see that you guys are interested in the arts portion of the academy. Um, if you guys may be interested in hearing some of our stories of the places we've been and the things that we've done, we would be more than welcome to provide you with those details as well.
They all nod along, and Gondros says, "And if you are to share your stories, I shall compose them into the most beautiful of musics." Sholos then says, "I shall sing songs in praises for all of you." And Sila says, "I will make the most beautiful of poems."
I'm most excited to hear what each of you come up with.
They nod along and await your instruction.
Alright, I assume. Um, I do have a question. Um, she's gonna look at Cholos, Sila, and Bet and Yandris, and she'll be like, um, by chance, I do apologize, still new to the city. Do you guys have any magical item shops here, or shops that you can procure maybe um, an item in which would allow you to communicate over land?
Gondros thinks for a moment. Well, they all think for a moment. Then Gondros is the first one to speak up and says, I'm certain you can find what you need in the Great Agora. There's plenty of people who sell all sorts of strange wares there. There is, last I heard, there is very notable figures there, such as the alchemist named Zorin. Well, used to be Sorin. Now I believe the business has been taken over by his apprentice, a man known as Clepius, who is currently having set up shop in the Agora. There's also Grimmick, a blacksmith of great renown, who many believe that actually shares supplier with another very well-known blacksmith in Astoria. And there's also the last figure of note, well, last but not least, a man that only goes by the pseudonym of the Collector. It is said,
That guy sounds intimidating, so probably not him.
well,
Uh,
if well, if you must know, I believe it's in your best interest to understand what type of man he is. It is said that he has his hands on many exotic animals that do not exist anywhere else in the mainland of Thylea.
Animals? Oh, now I'm conflicted.
But I would advise caution when dealing with the Collector. He is a, well, stories say that he is a very shady man. No one exactly knows how he gets his hands on some of these animals. Some say he funds expeditions into the islands of the Cerulean Gulf. Others say that he goes into the most deepest of recesses of Tylea and somehow manages to catch these animals. But nobody knows for certain.
Alright, so, I definitely, where's his location on the map?
Well, they would point you generally to the Great Agora. The
What number is that?
that is number 7.
Number 7-ish?
You may find all of these individuals that we just mentioned somewhere around the Great Agora. Some,
Alright.
perhaps some you may need to look harder for.
And then, and so, out of game, so, I'm looking for a stone of sending.
Sending stones.
So, out of all the people you just listed, which one to Exandri would it sound like somebody might have a stone of sending, possibly?
Well, it's not a weapon or armor, so probably not the blacksmith.
So, not the middle ones he mentioned.
Yeah, probably not the blacksmith. It is, I guess, more akin to a miscellaneous item. Meaning that either the alchemist Clepius or the collector may have those.
Alright, so, guys, I don't know about you, but would it be alright if we go see the alchemist before returning to Nerdagon? Well, we're gonna pass Nerdagon and go to the alchemist.
Yeah. I could go no, I probably don't need to go to the blacksmith.
All right. So you guys head off. Nothing much of note happens on the way there. It is still somewhere around noonish. By the time you guys are walking through the streets. Well, actually, no. You guys got into the tavern. Then you went to the statue. All right, so you guys still have quite a bit of daylight left, actually. So
I would just.
Go ahead.
I would just be walking to the alchemist while telling our Sila, Cholos, and Gondris like some stories of the things that we've done, places we've been, people we've met.
You see Cholos look over at Gondros and says, write that down, Gondros. Uh, Lorius actually approaches Scylla and says, I heard you were a poet. I happen to be one myself, too. If you require any reference material, you may take some of my notes. And you see them kind of like, begin to engage in a conversation amongst themselves. Eventually, I'm just gonna move these guys along with you guys. Eventually, you guys will. So just so I got this right, are you guys going to the market first or stopping by in order?
I'm going to the market. I don't know what they're doing, but I gotta go pick up a gift really quick.
I feel like Metius, being from Mitros, would be able to assist Exandri in finding what she's looking for, or at least get into like the general direction.
All right. So,
I'll also go to the alchemist place.
all right. So you guys walk through the Great Agora. I described this place earlier, I believe, when you guys, first went through here, to buy general goods and the like. It is very clearly a place where a lot of money is trading hands. The entrance alone to the Great Agora is kind of has like this opulent, I guess, look to it. There is a multitude of vendors of all kinds across this place. Some of them selling goods that you don't even believe are like native to Mitros, like imports, perhaps from Astoria or even from Mauritia, the other city on the other side of the continent. There's a lot of sort of like private-looking estates, bathhouses, temples, and the like. But you are looking for something specific. If you were to ask around, you would be instructed to go alongside one of the edges of the agora. There is the general direction to the alchemist, and you. Shit! I accidentally almost fuck over the audio there. You will see that as you go around the direction where you were instructed, there's a bit of a shift, I guess, in the area. Suddenly, it seems a little bit more, I guess, isolated. Would be for it. As I let me make sure I got this correctly. Yes, as I move you to the next map over. You guys will be coming in from around here on the left side. You reach one of the edges of the agora and see like a large number of tents, stands, and the like, with all sorts of goods. Amongst them, you see one that seems to be inhabited, tended to rather, by a man in a red cloak that you believe you recognize. This individual seems to be currently moving around a couple of flasks with all various colorful liquids inside. The individual seems to be making sure that they are presentable, that they are clean, that they're not tipping over. And there's even a set of what you believe to be alchemy supplies, beakers and the like, that are being, even as you walk to the stand, currently mixing, boiling, or otherwise brewing all sorts of strange-looking concoctions. Yeah, like I said, you guys can place yourselves down on the map. So you believe you've reached the place of interest.
Awesome.
So what do you do?
Sorry, I would have been bandaging up my very badly fucking arm as we walk over here. I didn't heal much, but that's fine. I go up to Cleffius.
You walk up, and for a moment he doesn't seem to recognize you as he is currently busy, like I said, tending to making the place presentable. And I just used the wrong audio there. The what's it called? The individual seems to be one moment. If you're looking for something to help with broken bones, I can do that. If you're looking for something to help with broken minds, you're better off looking else. And he kind of turns around and he uh, realizes who you are. Ah, I recognize you. The ones who needed that man unpetrified. You've been making moves around the city, or so I hear. You've come far since those days where we once met.
Wait, so we met him on the day that
He's the one that we woke up in the middle of the night and gave a.
We, as in me, yeah.
Yeah, he's the one that did save Derek.
Remember when I was super insistent that we
Oh
unpetrified Derek?
yeah, the one where I was totally like, it's okay, guys, they could just do it in the morning because
Yeah.
it's not. And then like I was
And I was like,
completely correct.
absolutely not. Oh yeah, you were super right about that. Listen, Matt has
So we
like
just
an 18
pissed off
intelligence.
people by waking him up in the middle of the night for no reason.
And then we also had to give up our pet basilisk for it.
Yup.
Yeah, and we got cheated out of a price. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
Mhm,
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I remember you, Cleffius. Again, thank you for resurrecting a dear member of the Dawnbringers. But maybe you can be of some use to us as um I'm looking for something a little bit specific. This will be an item that will allow me to send messages across great distances. So you have this spell called Sending, and I use it a lot. And I was wondering, since you are really adept in the magical arts, is if you do by chance have a way of capturing this spell in a object that could be used once a day or whatever over a large course of time.
He looks at you and says, "Well, I can do something better than just that. You see,
Oh, I'm listening.
recently I happened to come across a, how should I say this? Type of item that does just that. Except it's not just limited to how your spell works. You can actually use this to communicate far more than just a couple of words every exchange. It will cost a high price, though.
Oh, don't worry. I definitely remember that you're not cheap.
Ah, well, it's good to be remembered by something, I suppose. Right, a set of sending stones it is. And he kind of turns around, and you see him move a bunch of shit around his stand. Uh, Amongst the stuff that you see him kind of begin to move to a more observable position. You do can you kind of have like some time to kind of scan around his place. You see he has a bunch of different looking, like strange looking potions. Amongst them, you recognize at least like a couple of healing potions, and one that seems to have the same sort of consistency as the concoction that you were given by the centaurs, like way back then. Uh, you notice
Potion of heroism.
yes, potion of heroes. You notice that he has a couple of other things that don't more miscellaneous items don't quite relate to alchemy, or at least you don't believe. They're
Does,
yeah.
does it say how much both of them cost?
Doesn't have a price on display. If that's what you're asking. A
Okay.
price tag.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah.
But you see also as well like a couple of miscellaneous items that you're not quite sure if they're magical, but if they are, probably important. You see like necklaces, like a periaptus as well, some other amulets, and strangely enough, way off to the side, like almost to the edge of one of the tables, there appears to be a box, kind of rectangular in shape, that doesn't quite look like a coffer or anything like that. It looks slightly smaller. It has a slightly odd shape to it.
Do the
Yeah.
do the necklaces look magical in any way, or are they just like regular
Oh,
necklaces?
well, you wouldn't know. But
Obviously.
yeah, you wouldn't know. But
He's like, ooh, shiny.
yeah, you wouldn't know.
Shiny.
If they are on display, on the
Probably.
shop, they could be. They could very well could be. After a couple of moments, Clepius finally stops shuffling around his place and pulls out these two uh, semi-identical looking stones that have like a half of a face in sort of like carved on them. They're around the size of what like a modern day smartphone would be. He looks over and says, "A set of sending stones. With this, you'll be able to communicate through large distances. Some even say that through different realms as well, but I have yet to test that theory. This to find items will run you around 500 gold pieces."
Can I look at them? Will he let me look at them so I can like inspect them and make sure they are what he says they are, or like they're in good condition?
He slides them over on the table. Uh, how do you expect them? Inspect them?
I'm just like making sure like there's no cracks, no like chunks missing out of them, like they're not damaged.
Make me an investigation check.
Because I just want to make sure I'm paying for what I get, and they're not like something he procured and they're like actually broken walkie-talkies.
And then while she does that, I'm gonna point to the rectangular box and I'm gonna say, "What's in there?"
Well, first of all, to resolve your role, Alexandre, they look complete. They have an odd shape, but you believe that's more down to, like the actual craftsmanship of it, rather than any mistakes or flaws or, imperfections. Drakgar, you ask what's that over there. Clepius looks over at the box and says, "Ah, caught your eye, didn't it? This, my friend, is what is known across Tylea as a game of 20 squares. Ancient, shall we call it a tabletop game of sorts, that it is said actually is binded with some form of ancient magics that ties to the nature of Tylea itself. It is, in some cultures, known as the Game of the Gods. Why is that, you ask? Well, because, like I said, strange magics affect this game. It is said that when two people sit down to play it and make a bet of sorts on it, that bet must be followed through, lest risk incurring the wrath of the primeval forces of Tylea. Or so they say.
That's cool.
Of course, it's entirely up to you how you believe those stories. Does it interest you to purchase it by any chance?
No, I'm good. Do those necklaces over there have any special properties with them?
Ah, yes.
I'm basically trying to ask him if they're magical.
Yes, of course. I see this one's also caught your eye. Well, this one over here kind of points at one of the necklaces that has a strange sort of like centerpiece on it that kind of looks like fins, like those you would see on like a fish. He says, "This one is what we call in the business a necklace of adaptation. Once you wear it, you would be able to, well, adapt to your environment, to breathe in water."
Ooh. How much is that one?
He kind of smirks and says, "Ah, are you interested in buying it, friend?
Possibly.
Well, I suppose it could be willing to part with it for, say, 1,000 gold pieces."
Ooh.
What's the
that's-
necklace do?
The necklace of adaptation allows you to essentially breathe on water as long as you wear it.
Ooh, that could be useful later on.
And then I'll say I'll think about it and then ask.
He will add on it. But it isn't just good for water. Some say that this magic allows you to be protected against harmful vapors and gases. So perhaps that interests you as well.
And do the other necklaces have anything special with them, or just that one?
Oh, yes. This one over here, he kind of points at one that has like a sort of silver looking symbol that looks like a rod or staff of sorts, be with a snake coiling around it.
I know what that is.
That says,
That's my favorite item when I play druids.
I mean, might not be the exact same item you're thinking of. He says, "This is what we call a periapt of health. It is a, well, little fine piece of jewelry that will allow you to be, some say, immune to any form of disease while you wear it. Or if you're already afflicted by one, some say that putting it on just washes away the disease."
Oh, that was a good item too. Damn. Clefus has been sleeping on us, bro. Why didn't you tell us to come visit you when you left Astoria?
Well, I did say that if you were ever in my trust, that you should stop by in the Great Agora. But, well, it's fine if you do not remember. I merely saved your friend from a lifetime of petrification, that's all.
Calling him our friend is a little bit of stretch right now. He's just
An acquaintance.
How much is that necklace?
This one, the Periapt of Health, that is also 1,000 gold pieces, my friend.
both really good items.
He then gestures at the last amulet that he has. Because remember, I said he has a necklace, a Periapt, and an amulet. He says, "And before you ask, this last one also possesses magical properties. It is said that only those who are pure of heart may wear it, and when they do, luck will turn in their favor. They will be far more resilient against the abilities and magical effects of fiends."
And may I ask how much that one is as well?
This one's a special one, my friend. A bit more expensive than the other ones, but I'm certain people of your caliber can afford it. Say 2,000 gold pieces.
2,000. Ooh, that's pretty high.
Oops.
Can you help Cassie understand the game box he explained?
Alright. Well, how do I say this? I guess you can make me an Arcana check to kind of read between the lines of what he actually meant by that explanation.
Like this whole time, that's all I'm thinking about. But like, I can't understand. I don't know.
You're not sure. Like tabletop games are not unheard of. One that is supposedly bounded by magic is a little bit strange. Uh, I think the most you would be able to know is that if the laws of Tylea, like the laws of the world, can bind people just by swearing oaths to them, then could stand to reason that that type of power could be imbued in an item.
It doesn't. So it's just purely a game, like Dragon Chess or Dragon ZNT or whatever.
Uh, well,
No magical properties.
if you want me to be like really specific with it, it is supposed to be based off of this really fucking old tabletop game that existed in real life. Uh, that, I think it was originally from like ancient Sumeria or something like that. So yeah, old. Uh, it is. Hold on, actually, can I copy the image here? Let me see if I can copy the image here. So I can like show it to you guys. But the I mean, could you repeat that last question?
But there's no like actual magical properties to it. For example,
The way he worded it, there seemed to be.
okay. And how much was it? The game.
A game of 20 scores. Well, you're in luck. No one has been trying to get this one off my hands in quite a while. So I keep lowering and lowering the price. At this point, I'll give it away for just a measly sum of 800.
Oof, oof. All right. She has like some notebook out, and she like will dip her quill in some ink really quick, and she's like jotting down some notes and like their prices. Um, Thank you for that, Clefus. As of this moment, I will only be capable of buying the sending stones, but I did make some notes, as you do have some items that would be very useful to our party. Uh, that I might come back and help purchase before we leave, if you still have them.
Of course, my business is always open.
Um, as for the sending stones, by chance, if I pay for them the 500 gold, do you have like some really nice wrapping paper I could wrap them up in?
He shrugs and says, "This is not a gift store, but so I do not have the means of wrapping them up."
No worries. Well, here's my 500 gold, Clefus. I'm sorry we didn't visit you sooner. Your store is quite magnificent, to be honest. And without a doubt, I will definitely be coming back here multiple times.
Well, do not forget, my true trade lies in alchemy and the like. So I still have all sorts of potions available if you're willing to buy them.
So the first one's kind of like the necklace of, I forget what it's called. Adaptation, right? I think it's called. Kind of similar to that, but also gives the water, whatever.
Well, it allows you to
From
breathe on
what
any environment and also allows you, well, according to his words, allows you to be more resistant against noxious or harmful fumes.
Okay.
Could be useful against the Chimera, but we're not going up against the Chimera yet.
And it could be good, useful against Hexia too, if what I'm choose the kind of dragon
True,
I'm
but we're
thinking
also
of.
not going to Hexia right away. But it is a very good sounding item.
I mean, should I just buy it now and then we attune to it so you don't have to come back? 'Cause
I
feel
mean,
like that would be really
you don't have
good
to
on
buy
me.
it ASAP. We're not going to Hexia tomorrow.
Yeah, true. But I don't think he's gonna sell it to someone else. That's
I
the
mean,
only
like,
thing.
if somebody else walks up in here and be like, bam, here's $2,000, I'd be like,
No, the
fucking good
first
for you,
one.
dude.
The first one's only $1,000. The only one that was 2 was the last one, the luck one or whatever it's
The
called.
water breathing one was 1K,
Yeah.
and
The
The
health
water
one.
one that like also gives you.
the one that ends all curses was 1K.
Yeah.
So you bid farewell to Clepius, and as you were having this conversation, as Exandri, Dragon Porunga were looking over at Clepius' wares, Derek and Metius, you guys hear a psst, psst.
I'll look over to it.
You see that the psst sound seems to be coming from this individual over here.
Okay.
He says, "Friend, over here." This will be happening as the conversation with Exandri and Clepius is happening. So just got
Right.
back for a moment. Do you guys approach?
I'll look over at Derek and point, and I think he's beckoning us to him. They're kind of busy at the stall. Maybe we should see what's up.
Derek, you there?
I think he died.
Dan.
Well, I'll go over.
All right. You approach, and the individual who appears to be human, with a sort of almost swashbuckling looking like outfit, with a little bit
a lemur.
with kind of like gold, with kind of gold embroidery and a strange looking simian of sorts on his on his shoulder. He says, "I can tell just by looking at you that you're a man of good taste."
Okay.
Well, do you know what a man of good taste needs?
Books.
Knowledge.
Well, knowledge is important. But I would argue that they also have need of a faithful companion that would follow them to the ends of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And you are just in luck, friend. I happen to have quite a couple of companions that would be able to follow you. Of the animal variety, of course.
I will hold out my hand, and my bat, Luna, will appear. I have a companion already. What would these other ones be offering? And I'll kind of like look around at whatever's in the cages.
Ah, so you're a fellow mage then, and you see him like snap his fingers, and the monkey lemur disappears from his shoulder, and he snaps it again, and he appears again.
I will mentally suggest to my bat Luna to wave at the lemur familiar.
The bat waves, and the lemur waves back, but you notice they exchange like this look of like, I'm watching you, like
Yeah.
akin to say like if you ever seen The Simpsons, is how Maggie looks over to the other unibrow baby. They kind of like like exchange death glares. Uh, so the individual who you believe to be the collector
Okay.
says, "Familiars are good and all, but magic can only get them so far. What you're truly looking for is for a creature that has primeval qualities, shall we say. With magic, you can only replicate life for so long. But with these ones that I have to offer, well, I can tell you right now they're far more ferocious than a bat. No offense, of course, my friend."
No, I completely understand, and I'll pet Luna. don't mean anything bad by that. It's just, well, I think that's a lion, and I'll point over to it. Is that a lion?
You notice that he, in one of those cages, he does appear to have a lion. It is currently muzzled.
Okay.
It is laying on the ground, not quite really paying attention to you two. You notice as you look through the gaps in the cage, there appears to be a couple of yeah, it is like an old-looking lion. There's
Okay.
noticeable, I guess what would be the equivalent to wrinkles, I guess, across that are very noticeable across his body. Its fur sags in certain places, and there's very old-looking like scars running alongside segments of its body. The collector looks back for a moment, then looks back at you and says, "Yes, you have a keen eye. It is indeed a lion, like the ones that the Colosseum used to use before they moved on to, a less, more hands-on approach."
How
Need one of those for
much
something?
is the lion?
He looks over at you and says, so you are drawn in by the might of this primeval creature, is it?
I would say something like that. I find them to be very interesting creatures.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret, my friend. Come in closer.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of leans in,
I'll lean in.
to you as well, and says, "You see, these are actually, well, my least favored selves. I could show you around deeper if you want, but between you and I, a paltry sum of 100 gold pieces will get you this lion. And any other animal that you see that you may like. If you wish to take a closer look to them, that is."
I I would like to look at the animals, but I do have a quick question for you. What? Why do you have them?
Why not? Sometimes, I am of the mind that there are creatures out there that could benefit a lot from human touch, shall we say. Human
Mhm.
interaction, of course. Um,
Right.
they might be ferocious creatures out there in the wild, but I believe that through sheer determination, anybody can establish a bond with these creatures. I, of course, lack the abilities to do such a thing, so I facilitate the process to those who may.
So these creatures that you have are not trained.
Trained is a relative term. Uh, there is only so much you can do to quell the beast inside, so to speak.
I suppose that's true.
But
You've also said that you're a fellow mage. Do you have spells or anything like that amongst your wares?
well, scrolls, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I could potentially share some of my own, but it'll cost you.
What is your price?
It depends. What type of, shall we refer to it as a tier of casting you're looking for?
Um, something that is within my current skill to cast, and maybe something slightly beyond, depending on the price, of course.
He looks at you, up and down, analyzing you. Well, if I was to lowball it with you, my friend, I'd say you're at the least the type of casting what we refer to in the business as third level magic. Am I
I would
correct?
say so.
Well,
Yes, you're correct.
and I may have a couple of spells in my spell scrolls at my disposal that I could share. It is around this time that the conversation with Clepius is wrapped up over there with you guys. You would turn around and notice that Metius is currently engaged in conversation with an individual with a strange monkey on his shoulder. The collector continues to talk and says, "Well, what exactly type of spell are you looking for? And I shall see if I have it on my repertoire."
Well, I will have to get back to you on that one. But I definitely need some more we'll say offensive spells for protection and whatnot.
They do say that the best defense is a great offense.
Certainly.
Xander, you kind of walk up. He says, "Ah, yes, young lady. Are you perhaps traveling with this nice gentleman?"
Of course, he's one of my friends.
This is my companion, Exandri, and I'll point over to the cage and say, he's got a lion for sale for 100 gold. I don't think I've seen anything like this before, to be honest with you. What do you make of this whole thing?
It's definitely unique. Sir, maybe have a closer look?
Well, of course. Be careful, however. Do not approach them unless you are willing to engage with them. They are a bit cranky, shall we say. He kind of moves aside like this little, almost like barricade of sorts that he has on the side of the has on the side of the area. By the way, the rest of you guys are free to actually join in the rest of the party if you wish. Please.
Sir, what is this animal? And I point to this whatever this first thing is.
I see we have many interested customers. He kind of looks over at Drakgar. I'll be with all of you in one moment.
The what?
Yeah, I went too far. I went too far forward, actually.
One moment. Please do come in. I can only have so many people at once looking around because it stresses out the creatures. Yes, this one. This is what is known as a cockatrice. You notice what appears to be a almost chicken-looking creature of sorts, except there's some almost reptilian traits to it. The like fleshy bits, I guess, that you can look at appear to have some form of scaly texture to them. There's this sort of protuberances that kind of come out from closer to where the head area would be. Its beak is currently not muscled, but appears to be having this weird sort of like contraption around the head of this creature that is currently blinded. Not like its eyes are blinded, but like it kind of looks like it kind of like the things that you put on horses to make them like just focus like forward. I forgot the name of these things.
Wait, so like
They're just called horse blinders.
Yeah, horse blinders. But it is not like just on the eyes. It's kind of like done so in the beak as well. That's again, it's not really like a muscle, but it kind of looks like it functions as one.
I'm going to start very softly humming in like a calm manner, and can I try and take a step closer to see like how it acts?
Roll me animal handling.
Okay. Listen, guys, out of game, I know what a cockatrice does in the game. Animal handling, please roll really high. Oh, 18's not bad.
It notices your presence. Looks at you. Like I said, the little muscle-like contraption doesn't blind it. It still is able to see and looks at you. And you see it kind of clacks its beak a couple of times. Its head turning from one side to the other. almost as with some curiosity in its movements.
All right. Out of game. He has a blindfold on.
It's not really a blindfold. It's more like a thing that prevents its beak from reaching through the bars.
Oh, okay.
of the-
Beak,
of-
not eyes.
yeah.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Um, this one is very peculiar. I like it. What else do you have?
Through here. He kind of gestures for you to follow him, and he does gesture to the rest of you guys if you follow him along. He says, "Well, we have quite a degree of animals here. Some from lands that are beyond the mainland of Thailia, like this one, for example. But before he can gesture to the next one, before he can gesture to the other animal, you hear a rattling on one of the cages, specifically the one that is nearby the bear. The rattling is accompanied by a sound that looks like or sounds like a muffled screaming. It catches your attention, as it would, and you turn around and you notice what appears to be a hold on. Yes, I have this right here. You notice what appears to be a muscled up, binded goatling on one of the cages.
Fucking set him on fire, somebody.
The
Looks like the barrel into him.
the collector kind of distracted mid sort of like presentation, I guess, of the tour. Looks over at the goatling and then snaps his fingers. You see his lemur kind of like crawls up into the cage of the goatling and slipping in between the bars. Goes around behind it, and you see as he dexterously sort of like tightens the muscle around around its mouth, and then like crawls back out of the cage and back to the collector's shoulder. Apologies for that. These goatlings, they are something else.
Oh, we're very aware what a goatling is.
Yes. I know, honestly, I've been trying to get rid of this one for months, but nobody seems to be a potential buyer for this. Unless, of course, you are interested.
Oh, nope, I'll pass.
Who would want to buy a goatling?
Very well. He then looks over and says, "This one over here, also a ferocious beast. It is not one that usually lives too close to the settlements. This bear was actually caught very recently in the old woods. It is, well, ferocious to say the least. However, I believe that under the right circumstances, it can be quite friendly. I mean, look at it. Does it not look, in a sense, cuddly?"
And how would one get these animals to become pets?
Well,
or companions?
now that is the million gold question. So, well, I personally have little experience in the arts of establishing a bond with an animal. Well, of course, with the exception that he kind of puts his hand over his familiar. But I suppose it requires dedication, a type of approach, I suppose. Some animals will respect strength, or so I hear. Others respect, well, gentle care.
I will again calmly start doing my little hum again and try and take a step closer to the bear's cage.
Make me a animal handling.
And is it just an actual bear?
I mean, it looks like one.
Okay.
More specific, like it's a really big brown bear. Uh, like I believe in real life, like when a brown bear stands on its hind legs, it reaches to like 9 feet tall or something like that. So yeah, it is pretty big. Uh, so 22 animal handling, the bear, much like the lion, looks aged. Um, there I also noticeable like sort of like old scars that you don't believe are like recent. It looks this one also muscular like the bear. Is looking around. This one is actively looking around, almost as if even though it's still in a cage, it is trying to assert its dominance of sorts, around the other creatures that are surrounded. You approach and it stares at you like intently. Uh, there is what would be a flare up of its nostrils. Maybe not one of aggression or attack, but almost like one of like, hey, I see you. I know you're there. I acknowledge you.
Oh, poor guy. And then we go to the other side, I guess, next.
Uh, well, you would see that there is, well, 3 more animals. Uh, he does lead you back to leads you to the back of the place. He says, "This one, this is an intriguing one. This one I managed to procure through a business transaction, shall we say, with a group of lizard folk that live in one of the islands of the coast of Dalia. It's an ancient island with a massive volcano at its center. They say that they use these creatures to transport themselves around the island. I don't have any fancy names for this one. Colloquially, it is just called a riding lizard.
It's a riding lizard?
Yes, this one, like I said, is used by a tribe of lizard folk. They tame them, they teach them to follow their instructions, and, ride on their backs, or so they say.
Oh, that's kind of unique.
You see in true to form, like a massive sort of like lizard-like creature, with sort of like grayish or bluish rather scales with the piercing yellow eyes. Uh, very girthy body, I guess. But strangely enough, doesn't look nearly as threatening as the bear or the lion, for that matter.
I'm going to cast guidance on myself and take a step closer. I'm going to do the same hum that I was just doing to make it sound like I'm not too threatening.
All right.
And then I'm going to roll my d4.
Uh, you see, this one, kind of lick the air, I guess. To put it some way. It is looking, though it is also has like a sort of like a muscle. Its head is such a shape that is you can tell he had a hard time finding like an appropriately sized or shaped muscle for this one. It looks more akin to just a bunch of, uh, not kind of like this chain almost, binding like the front of the head of this creature. Though it is still just enough of a gap in its teeth to kind of like put out its tongue a little bit as it licks the air, almost as if trying to discern what is this new creature that has approached it.
I will smile and see if it'll like come closer to my hand so I may like pet it.
It's not enough. Like the gaps on the like the gaps on the cage are only big enough for well, yeah, they're big enough for your arm to reach through if you want to. It is not big enough for it to like really get too close. It's kind of moving its head from side to side to kind of like properly like depth perception, like gauge your distance. Uh, it seems to kind of there's not enough space for this creature to maneuver too much, so it is kind of hard for it to actually turn its head fully at such an angle that you would be able to easily reach it without like putting your arm too much inside the cage.
Okay.
You hear the collector say, "I would advise against that." And right as he's saying that, you see that the lizard kind of moves its head, kind of like at an angle that it's not like it's hurting it, but it seems like uncomfortable. But it just seems to kind of try to see, like get closer, try to discern who you are, what you are. What I'm saying is that it is within touching reach.
Um, is it poisonous?
Not that I know of.
Then I will very carefully put my hand through the cage. I'm not gonna shove my arm in there, just enough to where like half of my hand's in there, so it may maybe sniff it or whatever a lizard does.
Well, like I said, because it's kind of like a tight maneuver for it, its head isn't fully capable of turning to look at you, and even it's muscled, yes, but even if it wanted to bite you, it's not actually at an angle where it can actually do it reasonably.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll reach my hand in farther and try and very calmly touch it.
Like you place your hand on it, and you see like its eyes can like dart around, like like trying to, almost as if trying to say, "Wait, what is happening? What are you doing?" Like, like it seems to be confused by this treatment, I guess.
And I'll be very gentle and like very soothingly, like in very calm, non-quick or harmful strokes, pet the spot where my hand has reached.
It is a rough texture. It is like you're
It's
passing.
scaly.
Yeah, it's a scaly. It's like you're moving your hand to like rough leather, basically. You're not even sure if it's feeling it, but if it is, it's not really bothering it in any way, shape, or form.
Poor guy.
Did they say how much the bear was, or just the lion?
Well, Drakgar wasn't here, but if what he
Oh, my
told
bad. I thought it
Metius,
was.
if what he told Metius is correct,
Then he's actually selling all of this for 100 apiece.
Oh, 100 piece. Okay.
And the last one. This one comes from well, the island of Themis itself. They have this creature and many other that are not seen in Tylea as a whole. I believe they call this creature a cheetah.
Same as before, I'll cast guidance on myself as I make a cute little purry, like cat sounds, and see if I can get it to come over and say hello.
Uh,
Oof,
oof.
my lower roll, and I'm gonna roll my d4 with it.
This one's a
18.
little bit, even with an 18, this one's a little bit rougher. Because this one does have enough place in the cage to maneuver its body. So it kind of paces from one side to the other. Again, muscled up, same as the other ones. Uh, this one kind of paces in place a couple of times, looking at at you basically. Uh, it doesn't like approach you. It seems to be looking at you, kind of intently or perhaps curiously. Uh, this one, unlike the lion or the bear, Looks a little bit younger, or at least you believe it's young. You've probably never seen a creature like this before. It doesn't have sort of like that sagginess in its fur that you notice on the lion and the bear. Seemingly well fed. Doesn't appear to be nearly as, I guess, bad of a condition as the other ones. It kind of does this thing where it very quickly moves to like the front of the cage, almost as if doing like a, how do I explain this? Like that type of rapid movement that you would do when you're trying to say, "Whoo, think fast, oh, too slow," type of thing. And then kind of moves back, almost as if trying to test your reaction time.
I just sit there and smile at it or watch it. I
Does
make sure not to flinch or jerk or make any sudden movements. I just stay calm.
I'm starting to think that you have a way with animals. And
Well, I love all life.
he kind of
And it is a little sad that they're in cages.
sad, but necessary. These are creatures that still have the wrath of nature within themselves. We cannot allow them to cause unnecessary chaos in the city.
Do people actually buy animals from you?
Ah, yes, of course. Not these ones, though. Some believe that they are not quite worth the effort. But I regularly sell some strange creatures to, individuals who are able to afford them. Believe it or not, this isn't my best merchandise.
does the bear look like it's like middle age, or is it like old?
I mean, how familiar would Drakgar be with bears?
Uh, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know.
Maybe like
I think they're good.
a general nature check.
Alright.
That is a 13. It doesn't look that spry, but that may be because it has a very limited space to move. But you, even with a 13, I'll say you believe this bear is actually reaching, like it's what would be the bear equivalent to Twilight years.
Okay. I'm gonna grab a ration out of my pouch, and then I'm gonna stick my hand in the cage and see how he responds.
I would advise not doing that. The common ration contains a high level of salt that animals would greatly dislike.
Okay, I'll put it back in my bag then. Sorry about that.
I mean, were you still gonna try to do something, or?
No, never mind.
Uh,
Gonna...
and then, well, the collector moves on to the last animal, which is the lion again, and says, "And we're back where we began. The lion, again, another import from a faraway land. This one is actually an old warrior, if you can believe it. This lion used to be part of the once in the great games, back when, the usage of lions was a little bit more common. Uh, he became too old. I thankfully managed to acquire it at a relatively low price before it was, going to be sent away, so to speak."
Again, I'm gonna cast guidance, and I'm gonna do like some purry cat noises, and I'm going to approach it.
Okay, animal handling.
And I'll roll my d4.
unlike the other ones who have diverted their full attention to you. This one is kind of like I said, it's laying kind of on the ground. It hasn't even like gotten up. It's throughout the entire time you guys been walking around. It's still kind of lying there on its cage, with its head over its like front legs slash paws. When you approach, turns his head towards you. Doesn't like raise it up. But that may be either because it's too old or has like the scars that he has are like catching up to it, or for whatever other reason. But it does kind of turns its head towards you, and again, though muzzled, you can tell there's what I can only describe as a kind of pitiful look in its eyes. Like a creature that was once like really proud being reduced to this.
I, knowing full well that it's dangerous, will reach into the cage and try and very calmly stroke like behind his ear.
Make me another animal handling.
Can I cast guidance on myself as I'm putting my hand through the cage?
This one I won't allow the guidance, because the way it sounded to me, it seemed like a spur of the moment.
That's 20!
Let's go.
You reach in. The collector at this point has given up on giving you warnings. He's given you enough warnings upon when reaching your hand through. So he doesn't say anything upon you reaching further in. Like, mind you, because the lion is laying down, you kind of do have to reach your arm a little bit further in. Like
That's hard.
around the little bit over the elbow area, to kind of like reach in. And the lion, like I said, with that sort of like pitiful look in its eyes, its head still resting on top of his front legs, you just kind of stays there. There is a blink and you miss it, sort of like flinch from its ears as your hand approaches. You can tell there's a segment of its left ear that is kind of missing, like a segment. So you reach in and you put your hand over behind his ears. There's no visible reaction as you maybe like stroke behind his ears.
Yeah, I do that thing that cats like where you like do like the little scratchy, like it's kind of like behind but right below their ear.
It's just looking at you, staring, out of curiosity, maybe out of curiosity or something else. You're not quite sure. But again, there's no hostile reaction when you reach. It just kind of sits there and allows you to do that. Maybe because it knows it can't actually do anything from this cage, or is just at a point where it has accepted its current position. The collector says, "Well, you keep doing that, and I would have to believe that you want to buy my entire stock."
I was thinking about it, minus the goat leg.
I'll never get rid of that one.
I mean, he could be food for the other ones.
That too barbaric.
You hear
It's a goat leg.
muffled screams of the goatling go something like,
I can't remember. Do goatlings talk, brother?
We prefer them not to.
Oh God, I just feel so bad for them all.
You said there was more of them, right? These weren't the only ones he had.
You said this wasn't even your best stock. What did that mean?
I have plenty of other exotic animals in my own property, but those are only for exclusive customers.
So when we buy them, how do we get them from here to wherever?
There's the question. I have a policy of handle with care upon purchase. Once the money is exchanged hands, and I have my workers uh, get rid of the muscle, unless you wish to purchase them with the muscle, uh, then they're all yours and for you to handle. See, in any other situation, I would ask the guards around here to kindly escort these animals with you, but I believe I've had my fair share of runnings with them that, well, they probably do not wish to hear from me for quite a while. Uh, I will say, throughout all of this, he's been doing like the sleazy, I'm like moving my hands together, like a hand motion, uh, like the generic sort of like shady merchant who's like really expecting you to buy something. He's doing like that sort of like hand motion.
Um, I feel so bad for them, guys. Especially this lion. I think it would make a lovely gift for my dad.
True.
It might get my dad out of the house a little bit.
Juno says, kind of looks like him too.
Wait, what?
I was just making a joke of Juno saying, yeah, that kind of looks like him too.
Oh. I'll send a message to my dad. Hey, Dad. Do you want a pet lion? He could use a better life. Very defeated. Old. Could use some love. Miss you. Exandri.
Takes a couple of
With a kiss out.
a couple of seconds, but eventually you hear back from Pythor, something along the lines of, "Sounds cool." It doesn't end there, though. There's a bit of a pause in the message. Where would you be delivering it, though? Uh, get back to me whenever you can. But it sounds interesting.
Alright, I look at the collector. I'll be like, okay. Could you procure this lion and get it delivered to Astoria for me?
I'm afraid that will add a.
I'll pay extra.
I will add a bit in travel fees and transportation fees.
That is fine.
Well, let's see.
Anything so this old lion can have a better life until its time.
Well,
His time has come.
Let's crunch some numbers then. The lion will run you 100 gold pieces, but then I have to call for my workers, who, not to mention, are willing to travel away from the city for quite some time. Plus the potential danger of the creature breaking out and attacking them. That's hazard pay included here. Plus the travel and any other possible necessities that they may need to get to their location in due time and in a safe manner. Plus the fact that we need to get this through the gates of Astoria. Perhaps they'll ask for some import commission there. Or
There will be no import commission. I would send them with a letter. As it is, after all, my dad's city.
But all in all, I would say that including the necessary fees, that would bring up the price considerably. 200 gold pieces?
Okay,
So
what about
expensive for a trip.
You both talk at the same time, Xanger and Porunga. What were you about to say?
now I was just gonna ask about like if there's like an insurance or something. What if the lion runs away?
Like I said, I am not an animal tamer. I'm an animal procurer. Whatever the lion does once it's in your, well, in your care, in your ownership, it is entirely up to you and the creature. If your question is for quality, make no mistake. I take great lengths to make sure that these animals are in as best of a condition as I can ask for. Their behavior, however, well, that's something that not even I can control.
Well, unfortunately, as us being well traversed in traveling over the lands, I do know for a fact it does not cost 100 gold to travel from city to city if it would carry luggage.
Ah, I guess you missed the part where I said that part of that will go to the hazard pay for my workers. I mean, they are, after all,
On top of which, this lion is old and defeated.
ah, but it's not dead. As long as the creature lives, it always has a potential to give in to its primal urges and attack the closest thing that it sees. You must understand. This is not me trying to swindle you out of your more money. This is me having a genuine concern for my employees and for those who they may come into contact with.
Is the lizard tamed?
Is a what?
Is the lizard already tamed? You said he was a like a type of like a mount type of thing. Is he already tamed?
Could be. It was given to me in an exchange that I made a transaction with this lizard folk. I cannot. Well, it seems calm enough. Whether it was already had already been trained as a mount by them or not, well, I never really stuck around to find out. Now, will you be purchasing any of these?
Two.
Which ones?
The lion and the lizard.
Will the lizard also be delivered to Astoria by any chance?
No, I think the lizard would be better off in our company.
Suit yourself.
We somehow keep finding ourselves in need of a way to transport other people.
I understand.
Right.
In that case, this lion will be delivered to Astoria post haste, and the riding lizard, will go with you. I must ask because this is policy. Are you buying them with the muscle?
Mm, no. No, wait, yeah, because I need something to, like, lead it, right?
Well, no, muscle doesn't necessarily mean it has like a chain or a rope or anything to lead them. It just means they are unable to easily bite anybody.
Sure, with the muzzle for now.
Very well. That's included in the fees already. So, he kind of walks a couple of steps out of uh, the general area where his corner is at, and seems to flag down a couple of people that are, around the area. Uh, Soon enough, you see a couple of individuals begin to show up, kind of a little bit nervous looking. That he seems to be calling upon them. You see like this kind of more or less able-bodied looking commoners that seem to approach. The collector says, "I have a new job for all of you. That one has to be delivered to Astoria post haste. The other one is to be released and given to these fine individuals. Oh, I almost forgot. The money, please."
I hand him over 200, and it looks like Porunga said he would pay for the lizard. So Porunga would hand over 100.
Yeah.
He takes a total of 300 gold pieces. Counts. Well, it doesn't really like count them right there and there, but kind of weighs the value and sets it off to the side. And he snaps his fingers, gestures at the workers, and they all kind of begin to move on.
I take out pen and paper and I start writing a letter to my dad. Hey, Dad, love you lots. Bought this lion. He looked like he could use a new life better than the one here in a tiny cage. Please gain his trust. He is my gift to you. Seeing as you're both old, and quote, in like parentheses, maybe you two could be great friends. Love you with all my heart. XOXO, Exandre. And then I'll fold it up, and then I'll put my stamp on it with my pedigree ring, and I will hand it to them. Oh, this will help you get through the front gates.
You hand it over to one of the workers. They just nod along and pocket the letter. The other two workers go over to the back and begin to like undo the lock on the padlock for the cage. And the collector kind of takes like a step to the side and says, I believe it might be better if you're the first person it sees when it's released. Wouldn't want any accidents around here. Wouldn't want any accidents to happen around here.
That is fine, but also, I want you to know, if the lion does not make it to Astoria, we'll be back.
I guarantee satisfaction. And you walk over to the riding lizard, and the two workers are looking at each other. There's this very nervous look that they exchange. They're almost like scared shitless for what could happen if they are to release this creature.
I will cast guidance on myself for anything that's about to happen.
They
Well, a sanctuary.
kind of like look over at you, and they kind of give you like a look of like, "Hey, we're about to open this. Are you ready?"
Yes, I'm very ready.
And they seem to not verbally kind of like count down from three. 3, 2, 1, and then they kind of like open the lift up like the gate of the cage, and I'm gonna need you to make me an animal handling check.
I will.
Can I hold my action perfect?
Nat
So I
one.
try to hold it back.
No, stop. If you started doing that, I wouldn't let you even walk up.
Hold your action to what?
Well, I was basically gonna stand still, but if it tries to strike, I was gonna try to move in the way.
Okay.
I cast sanctuary on myself, bro.
Okay, never mind. I guess I missed it. I didn't want to go
Don't
freaking.
worry, I already thought of that. I gotta put sanctuary on myself first as I was walking up to the cage.
Yeah, 19.
When the gate is open, there is a moment where there's like this jerking motion on the riding lizard's body, because like I said, the cage is not exactly at a size where it can like easily maneuver. So when it opens, it kind of angles its body in such a way that it finally has enough room for it to move. Looks over at you, Exandri, and again does like the little like taste in the air, lizard thing. But then looks over at Drakgar and again tilted his head from one side to the other to fully like that perceive him. Is looking like, it seems to exchange like looks, exchange its sides rather with the between Exandria and Drakgar. The riding lizard, however, at the like after a couple of seconds of doing that, seems to more or less zero in on you, because you're kind of like calling to its attention.
I'm holding my palm out, palm up. I'm not touching it, but I'm like just holding it out because I noticed that it's smelling with its tongue, so that way maybe it could get my scent a little bit better. As I try to gently coax it out.
It approaches, and your palm, if you don't like move out of the way, will eventually touch like the top of its head.
And then I will just calmly keep my hand there.
It follows you. The two workers on the side are kind of like holding their breath. The goatling over in the other cage, again, though muffled, you can probably guess is yelling obscenities at you. Uh, you know,
The ugly.
he, the collector just kind of like pinches the bridge of his nose as this happens, and you eventually have the riding lizard follow you out. The two as you get like 15, 20 feet away from the cage. The two workers kind of like let out this relieved sigh as they once again close the cage. Uh, the other animals don't look too happy about this. Like the bear, the cheetah, the cockatrice, they look almost insulted by the fact of like, why was this one released and I'm not?
I'll buy all of you. I hand over 300 more gold.
They're all like a little bit more agitated at this point, and the workers notice that and immediately kind of like rush out. Uh, the collector looks over at you as you lead the riding lizard away and says, will need to make some preparations, but I assure you the lion will be delivered to Astoria.
I have a question. What exactly would be this lizard's diet?
That is a good question. As the DM now has to look up what the giant lizard is.
While you're at it, please look up a lion, a cheetah, a bear, and a cockatrice's diet. Too.
Meat, and meat.
Listen,
Yeah,
we're
for
leaving
real.
with the zoo, guys. Campaign's
What-
complete. Titans could take over the world. We got a zoo.
We got this. Dude.
What are we doing now?
He,
I'm confused.
he,
We
will,
We're
got a
buying
pet.
a zoo.
he will tell you.
Beforehand?
He will tell you. Well, I suppose they could really eat anything that is big enough or small enough for them to munch on. Like unusually sized bugs, or maybe giant rats.
Or like the goat league in the back.
No, we leave that one there.
Could
Yeah, no, that one stays there forever.
potentially be. But well, considering that goatlings usually live around in their own filth, I don't know if your animal here would be happy eating it.
It was a joke. We don't like goat leagues.
Oh, neither do I. You know, I'm glad that you and I are of the same mind. Earlier today, I had somebody else swing by, and their one question when they saw the goatling was, "Aren't goatlings sentient?" And I said, "I don't know, are they?" And they walked away.
Yeah.
So,
History check. Are they?
Yes, yeah.
yeah, you can make a history check.
History. Where are you located?
Well, history.
I'm just double checking to make sure, but
Go ahead.
10 silver is 1 gold, and then 10 gold is 1 platinum, right?
25. Well, here's the thing. Goatlings suck. They
The greatest reply.
far
I don't need anything else. That was great.
as far as as society as a whole is concerned, they live only to fuck people over. They are rude to the point where even their insults are laced with magic that may hurt people. Actually, they are filthy. They eat anything. They live in debauchery. But on the other hand, they are capable of communication. They can organize themselves. They can act like as a unit if allowed. So, to answer the question, are goatlings sentient? Maybe.
Only one of them.
Got it. They do have a brain cell.
They have one singular brain cell they share between all
They're
adults.
equivalent to Derek.
Like
It's like that.
Post being kidnapped for 500 years.
It's like that scene from her. Oh, sorry.
well, yeah, like I said, is maybe like you're not sure.
Mhm.
But yeah, so you in on tow with with your giant lizard on tow. You walk away.
A name a Godzilla.
You walk away from the collector's stand as he says, "Expect the arrival of the lion within the next 2 days or 3, perhaps. It depends how fast my workers can actually move. If it takes more
Okay.
than 3 days, then we will make sure to contact you. And to you, my friend."
Oh wait, I just thought of something crazy. Wait, 1 second. 1 second, collector. Do. I die on my grandpa. Hey grandpa. Hey grandpa. It's Exandry. Do you want a bear to help protect the forge?
He answers back with, "Why would I want a bear?"
Before my message, he replies mid-message. I'm like, oh, okay.
He,
so I don't finish my message. I'm like, oh, okay. Never mind. Grandpa doesn't want a bear. Although I think the bear would be a great addition to the forge because it was right outside of the waterfall where it could catch plenty of fish.
yeah, let's have the bear like be right there in the forge with the like teenager that was helping Vulcan so he can eat it. He can eat him. But yeah,
They'll be friends.
before we wrap up, the collector will look at you, Metius, and say,
Okay.
"And to you, my fellow practitioner of the arcane arts, well, until you
Yes.
get back to me with what it is that you're looking for, I can at the very least give you a price range of the type of spells I can work with. Well, spell scrolls that I can give you.
Waterbender.
Third
That would be wonderful.
third level spell scrolls with range you 350. Second level, 150. And first level, 25.
Thank you very much.
That should at least give an idea as to what you're looking for here. Now, without anything further ado, I wish you all a good day and good luck with your new animal companion. As he,
Yes.
bids you farewell. You guys walk back into the city, drawing a lot of fucking eyes from the people around
Well,
who are like,
I just am calmly walking next to mine and Porunga's lizard, just calmly stroking
no.
him and talking
Just
to
riding
him.
the lizard.
they're like, "Dude, what the?"
Porunga and the lizard are talking with their tongues, like mlam, mlam,
Lim
mlam,
lim.
mlam.
They're sending
It's
each
like
other Morse
geckos.
codes
Like,
with their tongues.
it's like it's like that meme where it's the geckos eating the dew together, something like that, and they're licking like the Yoshi sounds.
Oh my god.
With
I'm actually gonna I'm gonna come back to Clapius's stand
yeah.
and buy that curse necklace.
Wait, curse necklace. Which one?
The one that removes the curse.
Oh, okay. No. It doesn't remove curses specifically. It removes diseases.
Oh yeah, that
Move the
Yeah.
seasons.
It's a periapt of health. I believe this one costs like 1,000. Are you going to be?
You have 1,000 though. 1,000.
yeah, I have it.
All right.
We all should have over 1,000 gold.
So you,
So if you don't, you messed up somewhere in your mathematics.
so you pay.
I have 700.
You would have more if you had taken all the money that the Lady of Coins had in her chest.
Platinum's
true.
better.
Oh no, we didn't distribute the 55
Wait,
platinum
what?
yet.
No, I'm
Was
referring to like the rest of the money. But yeah, so you pay 1,000 gold, 1,000 gold pieces. Club just hands you the periapt of health and bids you farewell. And as you guys have
Thank you.
your new item, your new lizard, that is where we'll end the session for today.
Oh, Porunga, we gotta think of pet wizard names.
I was just about to ask.
Oshi.
Let's name him
Hello.
Fishy.
Oh yeah,
Yoshi.
I
Yoshi.
need to
Yeah.
actually put this.
Mushy Mushy.
I need to actually put this as a controlled creature for you guys.
He's so cute. Low key, out of all of them, I kind of wanted the cockatrice the most. Out of game, I know that he could petrify people when he bites them.
Also, it's probably amongst the hardest to control, believe it or not.
I kind of wanted the Cheetos leopard.
So do I.
wanted
I want the bear and the cheetah too, but in my own head, I was like, how are we gonna escort all three out at the same fucking time?
The bear. The bear would come with me.
No, I buy the bear and the cheetah too. Fuck it.
Hold on, I need to add this. Oh, but while I begin to add this under your summons folder, I need to end the recording. For those of you who are watching this on YouTube, please continue to do so. Not exactly sure what the party is going to be doing next week. Hope maybe they'll wrap up their business with Nerdigon and then, move on in pursuit
Miss nothing. Then.
of the ghost ship Ultros.
God.
But until then, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next session. Recording.